Welcome to part 3 of What If Kushina Survived on the Night of the Nine Tails Attack Naruto x Hinata x Yugito. Please make sure to like and subscribe as it motivates me to upload more in the future, and as always link to the fanfiction is in the description. Chapter 21. It had been 7 days, and in that time there had been no sign of Zabuza or his partner. They were all sitting at the dinner table. The members of Team 7 were all joking and laughing with one another. Kakashi was telling what sounded like a tall tale of how he had once spotted Jiraiya peeping at a women's bathhouse back when he was still a stiff-necked genin. So I tell him he is breaking the law and that his behavior goes against the ninja code. What happened next? Kiba asked eagerly. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Well, he started doing this weird dance, hopping about on one leg, telling me he was a great and powerful ninja. Naruto laughed. Oh yeah, my mom calls that dance the pervy shuffle. So what happened next, Kakashi-sensei? Hinata asked, curious. Well, I tried to perform a citizen's arrest and we started arguing, when who should come out of the baths, in nothing but a towel, but Tsunade. Godmother. Naruto burst out. Kakashi chuckled and nodded. The very same. At the time they were still teammates. Well, of course the second she saw him there she knew what he'd been up to. And she proceeded to beat him pretty much within an inch of his life. No way. Kiba exclaimed. Akamaru barked his disbelief as well. Did that really happen, or is this just another one of your silly lies? Naruto looked suspicious. Kakashi looked earnest. Oh come now, have I ever lied to any of you? Yes. All three students shout in one voice. Immediately not only Team 7 but Tazuna and Tsunami burst out laughing. Inari sat there miserable. As he sat there he began to weep. Hinata was the first to notice. Inari, are you all right? She asked with a concerned tone. Why are you crying? The laughter dissipated and all eyes turned to the boy. A few days earlier Tazuna had explained how the boy's father figure, a hero in his eyes, had been executed trying to oppose Gato and his thugs. You're all idiots, the boy declared loudly. You train and you patrol, and what good do you think it will do? No matter what you do you'll never be a match for Gato's thugs. You all act cool and talk tough, but big strong guys like that are always too much for people weaker than they are. They'll destroy you. Kiba and Akamaru growled, but Hinata put her hand over his and sent him a warning look. Naruto leaned back in his chair and looked at the sobbing boy seriously but kindly. We are not weak, Inari. We are all ninjas from Konoha. If we seem confident it is because we are ready to protect your grandfather and fulfill our mission whatever the danger. And because we believe and have faith in one another. We are a team, we are one, and come what may we will stand by each other and by your grandfather. Just watching you ticks me off. You laugh and you joke like all of this is some stupid game. And you try and act like you have all the answers. You don't know what it's like to be me. You don't know a thing about suffering or loneliness or what my life is like. Naruto looked at Inari and thought about Haku. He felt the same sympathy for Inari as he did for Haku. That's true, Inari. Naruto answered quietly. I won't pretend to understand the pain you've suffered or your loneliness. But I do know what it's like to weep. There's nothing wrong with tears, Inari, if they come in honest grief. But at some point the tears have to stop and you have to act. If things are wrong then you have to try and change them. What would you know about it? The boy shot back. Your grandfather is with you right now because we chose to help him. We could have gone home when we found out that this mission was going to be a whole lot rougher than we expected. But we didn't. We are here now to help your grandfather and everyone in the land of waves. We will put ourselves in danger to try and help others. Isn't that what heroes would do? He paused. Isn't that what your father would do? Shut up. Inari ran from the table. Please excuse me. Tsunami got up and left as well. The table was silent for a moment. Naruto. Kakashi said quietly. Yes sensei. Kakashi looked at him sadly. You sounded very much like your father just then. Naruto nodded in deep appreciation. Thank you, Nisan. Kakashi looked them over. All right, I'm well enough to return to duty. Tomorrow Hinata, Kiba and I will accompany Tazuna to the bridge. Naruto, I want you to stay here and protect Tazuna's family. They all nodded. XXXXXXXXXX. Zabuza crushed an apple in his hand. Haku nodded happily. Most of your strength seems to have returned. Excellent. Zabuza turned to Haku. Tomorrow. Haku nodded and smiled. He buried his concerns for Naruto. I will do as Zabuza-sama wishes. XXXXXXXXXX. As Kakashi, Hinata, Kiba, and Tsunade came to the bridge, they saw the workers were all down. What the hell? Tsunade shouted. This is it. The team formed a tight circle around Tsunade. Kakashi switched his radio to send. Naruto. Get to the bridge right now. I'm on my way. His voice answered. 4 Zabuzas landed around them. They were dispatched almost instantly. The clones became water and splashed down on the bridge. I didn't think that would work. Zabuza called. Standing next to him was the same ninja in the same mask they had seen before. You're one short, it looks like. Where's the blonde with that damn sword? Kakashi smiled. Don't worry, he'll be here in a minute. Zabuza chuckled. Well then, all the more reason not to waste any time and deal with you while you're short-handed. Zabuza nodded to his partner and they began to approach, each from one side of the bridge, well apart. Kakashi judged the situation and made a quick decision. Zabuza is mine. Hinata, deal with his partner. Kiba, stay by Tsunade's side and protect him no matter what. Right. Kiba pulled out a kunai and bore his teeth. Yes, sensei. Hinata took a quick gulp and got moving. Her heart was beating fast. This was it. Her first real combat. I can do this. I have to do this. Tsunade and my team are depending on me. I won't let them down. XXXXXXXXXXX. The 4 clones that were on guard duty were all well hidden. When they spotted the 2 samurai approach, one swiftly took out his kunai and slashed his palm, causing him to disappear. The real Naruto immediately received the memories and understood the situation. He quickly got to Tsunade and Inari. Please come with me, you need to hide. Ignoring their protests, he got them quickly hidden. The 2 samurai approached the front door with their swords already out. They didn't hear anything. Checking the front door, they found it wasn't locked. Quickly and quietly they entered. They were soon in the living room. There they halted as they saw a young boy who was obviously a ninja standing there with a drawn katana. Hello, he said in a chipper voice. Can I help you with something? The 2 of them stepped apart and got into some sloppy fighting stances. Where is Tsunade? Oh, I don't think she's the one you need to be worried about right now. I'll give the 2 of you one chance to surrender. Drop your swords and fall to your knees. The 2 of them laughed nervously. Is that a joke? One of them asked. You really think a little kid like you has a chance against us? Naruto sent them a cold grin. I'm a ninja who has spent his life being trained for battle. You're just a couple of thugs with swords. Now who do you think is in trouble here? The samurai who had spoken shook his head. Get real, we're not surrendering to a pint-sized brat like you. Naruto shrugged. Fine, then you can be number 9 and you can be number 10. Huh. That was his last word as a sword pierced him from behind and went out the front of his chest. His friend met a similar fate. Neither one had even suspected there were a pair of clones behind them. Naruto had the clones take the bodies out so that Tsunade and Inari would at least be spared that sight. There was nothing he could do about the blood splatter all over the carpet though. Dipping his sword into some of the blood, he wiped it off and hurried up the stairs as he holstered it. Opening the upstairs bedroom door, he found Tsunade with Inari wrapped in her arms. It's over. But I think it would be best if the 2 of you went to a neighbor's for a while. Do you have any friends you can stay with? Tsunade nodded. Yes we do. Don't bother packing. I'll escort you there and stay to protect you. But then his radio came to life. Naruto. Get to the bridge right now. Kakashi's voice called. Naruto hit the send button. I'm on my way. He looked back to the 2 of them. Looks like it's happening. I have to go, but my clones will stay to escort and protect you until I can come back. Inari stared at him, his eyes weeping. You're really going to fight Gato's men? Of course. But aren't you scared? The boy wailed as he trembled in his mother's arms. Naruto put a hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled at him. I am scared. I'm always a little scared when I go into a fight. But even if you're scared, you have to find the strength to do the right thing. That's what being a hero is all about. And just one more thing. With his other hand he gently wiped the boy's cheeks. Try not to cry anymore, except when you're happy. Now I have to go. The 2 of them watched him rush off to battle. Mom. Tsunade looked down at her son. He'd stopped trembling and didn't seem to be crying now. Yes dear. He looked up at her. I want to be a hero, like Naruto and Daddy. XXXXXXXXXXX. I do not require your death. Haku spoke. If you would simply stand aside, then I would not be forced to harm you. And would you hurt Tsunade-san? Hinata asked. His life is forfeit. Haku answered simply. I won't allow that. She dropped into a Juken fighting stance. I will protect Tsunade and my teammates. She had already activated her Byakugan and was ready. Very well. Haku rushed in and tried to end it in one move. Hinata was surprised at his speed, but she was fast herself and with her Byakugan was able to adjust. As he attacked, she landed 3 strikes on his arm and a pair on his chest. Haku's eyes expanded as he felt his chakra system suddenly out of flux. He leapt back away from her. What did you do? Haku said in alarm. Zabuza had drawn his sword and was facing off with Kakashi, but for the moment they were both willing to just eye each other and check the progress of their teammates. Zabuza immediately realized what was happening. She's a Hyuga using gentle fist. You can't fight her directly, Haku, you're no match for her in that style. If you continue, she'll end up completely shutting down your chakra network. You know what you have to do now. Haku nodded, just that one opening encounter had weakened him. Much more and he would not be able to use chakra. He eyed her carefully. It seems I have no choice but to use my strongest jutsu. He ran through some complex hand signs. Secret art of water ice crystal magic mirror technique. Water from the ocean rose up onto the bridge, and as they all watched, Hinata was surrounded by a series of flat ice mirrors that were suspended in the air. Haku calmly walked into one of the mirrors and seemed to meld into it. His image quickly appeared to be in all of them. Hinata looked about and felt just a little bit of panic. To her eyes, the mirrors all seemed to hold the same amount of chakra. It was impossible for her to tell which of the images was real. Before I begin this, I would like to ask you a question. Your blonde teammate, by any chance are you his girlfriend? She stared in surprise. Why would you care about that? I am merely curious. She nodded. Yes, I am. I am Naruto-kun's girlfriend. I am very sorry, Naruto, but it is Zabuza-sama's will. With that, Haku began his work. For Hinata, the Senbons seemed to rain down on her. She moved and dodges as best she could, but even with her bloodline and fast moves she could not avoid them all. She cried out as number of them punched into her flesh. Hinata! Kiba yelled. Kiba! Stay with Tsunade. I'll help Hinata. Kakashi called. But as Kakashi moved to aid his student, Zabuza rushed in to get a swing at him. Kakashi dodged it easily, though it did cut him just a bit. He was forced to step away from where Hinata was. Oh, I don't think so. Zabuza laughed. Let's not forget I'm your enemy, Kakashi. If you go to help the girl, I'll just slaughter the boy and the bridge builder. Damn it, Kakashi muttered. Fine then. He pulled up his Hitai Ite to reveal his Sharingan. Ah, the Sharingan again, how predictable. You know, I've had some time to think about how to fight it. Tell me, what good does your eye do you if you're blind? He performed hand signs, hiding mist technique, and as had happened once before, a thick fog began to rise. Kakashi listened to Zabuza's laughter from somewhere within the fog. Hinata kept trying to dodge as best she could, but more and more Senbons were sticking in her. There seemed no way to escape them as they continued to rain down mercilessly on her. If only I could do rotation. But I still don't have it down. More Senbons came at her and she tried to dodge, but the Senbons in her legs were slowing her down. When Naruto got to the bridge, it was encased in a thick fog. Kakashi-sensei. He cried out. Naruto, get to Hinata and help her. Kakashi called out. Hinata-chan, where are you? Naruto called out. Over here. Her voice answered him. He followed the sound of her voice until he came to a dome made of mirrors with Haku's image on all of them. Looking between the mirrors, his heart skipped a beat. There in the middle of this odd dome was Hinata. She was huffing and covered in blood, and there dozens of Senbons sticking out of her. Hinata-chan. And as she turned to answer, he could only watch as a pair of needles jabbed into her neck. She gasped and began to fall. Without a second thought, he raced in and managed to just catch her before she hit the concrete. Her eyes focused on him. Naruto-kun, she smiled for him. It's all right, Hinata-chan, I'm here now. You'll be fine. She barely shook her head. No, I won't. With one hand she reached up and gently touched his face. She was looking up at him with a peaceful expression. I'm so glad I got to see you one more time. Hinata-chan, don't talk like that. He performed a diagnostic jutsu, one of the handful of medical jutsus he had actually been able to learn. And what the jutsu told him was that her heart was slowing and so was her breathing. No. He pulled her into his arms. No, 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 you're going to be all right. She simply smiled. I am so very glad I got to tell you that I loved you. And thank you for loving me, Naruto-kun. You made me very happy. Don't talk like that, Hinata-chan, please. He was crying. This can't be. Not her. Kiss me, Naruto-kun, kiss me just once more. And he did. He leaned in and kissed her lips. Hinata looked content. I love you, she whispered and closed her eyes. Naruto saw her breathing stop and could not find a pulse. No. He held her tight against him. Hinata-chan, I love you. Don't go. Don't leave me. I am sorry. A polite voice said from behind him. Why? He ground out as he slowly and gently laid Hinata down on the bridge. It was the will of Zabuza-sama, but I truly am sorry for your loss. Shut up. He could feel the anger rise up in him. He could feel hatred and rage and an all-consuming need to take revenge. His body began to shake as his eyes changed, his teeth sharpened and grew, his scars grew thick, and his hands became claws. The red chakra flowed out about his body and a single tail took form. I'm gonna kill you. XXXXXXXXXXX. Both Zabuza and Kakashi felt it. The awesome amount of chakra and the evil that seemed to permeate it. Zabuza had no idea what it was. Kakashi knew instantly. He'd felt that same chakra on a night more than 12 years ago. Though then the chakra had been 100 times stronger. He looked in the direction where the chakra was coming from. He could still see nothing in the damn fog. Has the seal broken? No, but it has definitely weakened. He quickly pulled out a scroll, bit down on his thumb and spread the blood on the scroll. Listen, Zabuza, you're a busy man, I'm a busy man, and we both have things to do. What do you say we wrap this up in one move? Laughter came out of the fog. Sounds interesting, what do you have in mind? He performed some hand signs and slammed the scroll down. Earth-style fanged vengeance technique. This posturing will get you nowhere, Kakashi. You can't even tell where I am. While I know exactly where you are. Zabuza continued to laugh. His laughter died in his throat as the concrete all around him began to crack and split open. From the bridge floor several dogs suddenly leapt out and sunk their teeth into him. No. He cried out. When your eyes and ears have let you down, you can always follow your nose. He smiled as he saw the fog was beginning to lift. When you cut me with your sword earlier, you got my blood on you. This technique is designed specifically for tracking, and that blood was all my pups needed to find you. He approached the now immobilized Zabuza. I believe I told you this once before. Your future is death. XXXXXXXXXXX. What is this power? Where did it suddenly come from? Haku leapt back into the mirrors. He immediately began to shower senbons down on him. Is this the power of the demon he has inside of him? Naruto merely stood there, not even bothering to try and dodge. He laughed, and it sounded nothing like the laughter of the boy he had met in the forest. This laughter was tinged with hatred. Is that the best you can do? Naruto's voice was deeper and huskier than it had been. Haku quickly performed a jutsu. The air around Naruto grew cold as half a dozen ice needles formed above him. They slammed down and shattered against the red chakra cloak. Hey Haku, we are friends, right? Naruto called. Yes, Naruto, we are. Naruto had a wicked smile. Then let me tell you something, friend. You have 1 minute left to live. And now Naruto moved, with a speed that could barely be followed by the human eye. Half the mirrors seemed to shatter in an instant. Haku realized this was too much for him. I have to try. From one of the shattered mirrors he leapt out in a vain attempt to stab Naruto with his senbons. But Naruto caught him with ease. In one hand he held Haku's right wrist and broke it with no effort. The other hand he drew back for a punch. I can't withstand this chakra anymore. Naruto punched him with all his might and sent him flying through the dome. The mask split and as Haku bounced to a stop, the remaining mirrors all dissipated. I have failed you, Zabuza-sama. I am a weak and broken tool and of no use to you now. Before Haku could even get to his hands and knees, he was hauled up by Naruto. Naruto held him in one hand up off his feet. His eyes were blazing red and filled with hatred. How did I bring such hatred out in such a decent person? In my whole life he was the only one to offer me his friendship, even knowing what I was. How could I make him hate me so? Your minute is almost up, Naruto said. He gathered red chakra and concentrated it into his right fist. I have enough chakra in my hand to level a mountain, it won't leave anything of your head. Any last words? Haku shut his eyes and readied to die. I am sorry. Sorry. You're sorry. Sorry doesn't bring Hinata-chan back to me. I loved her and you killed her. Why? It was the will of Zabuza-sama and I am no more than his tool. You're not a tool, you're a person. And you made your choice. It was time to kill him. Haku nodded. That is true. I accept the responsibility for my choice. I deserve death not only because I failed Zabuza-sama but because I have also failed you. Please kill me now. What do you mean you failed me? You offered me your friendship, and in return I have inflicted this upon you. I should have found some other way, even if we are enemies. Please know that your offer of friendship meant a great deal to me and that you are my second precious person. Naruto stared at the boy. No, it doesn't matter, he killed Hinata-chan. Even if he feels that way he has to pay for what he did. Yet Naruto held his fist where it was. He couldn't have said what he was feeling at that moment. Anger, sorrow, hatred, pity, all were a mad jumble inside within his heart. I've lost Hinata-chan, she's gone forever. Damn it. Naruto slammed his fist into Haku's face. XXXXXXXXXXX. The man you're trying to kill is the heart and soul of this place. And the bridge he is trying to build is this land's only hope. You're willing to sacrifice this place and everyone in it just to advance your own selfish ambitions. That is not what a true shinobi does. Kakashi spoke. Spare me the philosophy lesson. I'm fighting for my own dreams and I'm not about to stop. Zabuza said defiantly. Maybe not, but I'm going to stop you. In his palm he began to focus his chakra. What? I can see your chakra. This is my one and only original jutsu, it's called Chidori, 1000 birds. It's my ultimate finishing move. And now I am going to use it to finish you. With that Kakashi ran forward. Zabuza knew he was finished and hoped that Haku would survive. He did not beg or plead for mercy, for that was not the shinobi way. As Kakashi's Chidori plunged into and obliterated his heart, Momochi Zabuza died like a true shinobi and like a man who lived his life all out. XXXXXXXXXXX. The fog was gone and Kakashi was carefully approaching Naruto. The boy was surrounded by red chakra and was standing over his defeated opponent. Kakashi noted the other ninja's mask was gone and was lying unconscious on the ground. Kakashi was much more interested in Naruto. Naruto turned around to face him. His eyes were red and they were crying. Kakashi noted the other changes, the longer teeth, the thicker scarring, and his hands seemed to have become claws. Naruto, are you all right? Kakashi asked warily. He knew he had to be very careful, he had no idea just what shape the seal was in. No Nisan, I'm not. Hinata-chan is dead. Kakashi gasped and looked to where Hinata was lying. Kiba, Tsunade, and Akamaru were already there. He could hear both Kiba and Akamaru howling in despair. And I couldn't even bring myself to avenge her. Naruto. I knew Zabuza was nothing special. All eyes turned to the short man in a business suit at the end of the bridge. All around him were gathered a large crowd of mercenaries obviously eager for blood. Is that brat Haku still alive? I owe him a little something for what he did to my arm. Who wants to know? Naruto asked and began walking towards him. Kakashi thought about telling him to stay but felt Naruto's killer intent and decided to just wait a bit. I'm Gato, the man in charge of this country. I want to thank you for ridding me of Zabuza, but now I'm afraid you and the bridge builder will have to go too. Is that a fact? Naruto asked and continued to walk towards him. A number of the bandits rushed him with a shout. Naruto didn't make a move towards them, he didn't have to. Long arms formed from the red chakra cloak and they extended out to catch the men. Obeying Naruto's will, the arms crushed their chests or their heads like ripe pieces of fruit. 16. Naruto said calmly as the bodies dropped in bloody heaps. What? Gato shouted, suddenly frightened. 16. Naruto repeated. That's how many men I've killed. Naruto clarified. All right. Gato spoke and began drifting back into the ranks of the men who were suddenly not so eager to fight anymore. The mercenaries stood back and gave Naruto all sorts of room. Naruto just continued walking towards Gato. You have 1 minute to live, Gato. Naruto held out his palm and began gathering chakra into a Rasengan. Gato looked around at the men desperately. What are you fools doing? Kill him. The men all seemed to shake their heads and continue to back away. Gato quickly found himself at the edge of the bridge with Naruto coming towards him. Look, we can work something out. How about 1,000,000 Ryu cash? No thanks, I come from money. Besides, there isn't enough money in the world to buy back what I lost today. You've got about 30 seconds left. Tell me, all the people you killed, all the lives you ruined, and all the misery you brought to this place. What exactly did you need the extra money for? You were already a billionaire. What could you have wanted that you couldn't already buy 1,000 times over? Gato stared at him open-mouthed. I wanted to make more money, he said in a small voice. Naruto looked at him as if he were something slimy he'd found underneath a rock. Well, I hope it was worth it to you, because your time is up. He lifted his hand to strike. Wait, Gato shouted and held his hands up pleading. I can give you anything you want, just name it. Money, power, women, anything. Naruto smiled. Anything, anything. All right, Naruto said reasonably. There is one thing I want. If you can give it to me, I'll let you live. What is it? Gato asked eagerly. With his left hand he put Gato's neck in a vice. Bring Hinata-chan back to life. His right hand slammed into Gato's chest and his body exploded. Naruto tossed what was left of the man into the ocean and turned around. The bandits were all staring at him in absolute terror. If you want to live, get off this bridge and never come back. There was a boat tied up to the end of the bridge that had brought these men here. A couple ladders led from the boat to the bridge. These were already full of men eager to get away. The moment Naruto made his announcement, the men started leaping off the bridge and into the ocean. With Gato dead and the threat ended, Naruto was done. He let his anger go and with it the red chakra. He shuddered as the power left him and as his body transformed back to normal. With the power gone, he felt suddenly weak. Just walking seemed to be all he was now capable of. Kakashi, Kiba, and Tsunade were waiting for him by Haku. Naruto. Kiba called to him. Where did that power come from? A little awe and little fear in his voice. I'll explain later, I promise. Naruto said dejectedly. Are you all right, Naruto? Kakashi asked. He looked to where Hinata was. No, but I'll live, I guess. I'm never going to see her smile again, or hear her giggle or dance with her. Oh, Hinata-chan. Kiba looked down at Haku and both Naruto and Kakashi could feel some killer intent. Haku's nose was broken and his face was blooded and bruised. He didn't look pretty at the moment. This guy killed Hinata, Kiba said dangerously. Akamaru was on the ground growling. Kiba, please don't hurt him. Naruto said quietly. Why not? Kiba looked at him in surprise. Because as stupid as it sounds, he's a friend of mine. Kiba stared at him. You made friends with this guy while you were fighting him. I'll explain later. I promise I'll explain everything later. Naruto said weakly. Hey, did we miss the fight? They turned around to see Inari with a crossbow in his hands at the head of a large crowd of villagers. Inari. Tsunade called out. What are you doing here? The boy smiled. I decided I wanted to be a hero and do the right thing. So did everybody else. The smile faded a little. But I guess I didn't get here in time. Naruto smiled just a bit. It's okay. I think you and everyone else who came to defend your homes are all heroes. The crowd cheered and celebrated the end of Gato and his reign of terror. Tsunade went to his grandson's side while the three surviving members of Team 7 remained where they were. XXXXXXXXXX. Haku slowly opened his eyes. It took him a moment to realize that it was snowing. He looked up to see a face looking down at him. Naruto. You okay? Haku. Haku looked up at him in confusion. Why am I alive? I guess I just don't have it in me to kill someone I consider a friend, even when they've taken away someone I love. Naruto answered tiredly. Zabuza-sama. He's dead. I am sorry for your loss. I know what he meant to you. Considering who Zabuza was and what he'd been trying to do, that seemed strange to say, but Naruto meant it. Kiba looked at him confused by what he was hearing. He is so going to explain all of this later to me. Haku closed his eyes. She isn't dead. Naruto's body stiffened. What? He knew it wasn't possible, but he couldn't help but suddenly hope. My last attack struck nerve points that put her into a death-like state, but she is alive and will probably wake soon. Naruto, Kiba, and Kakashi were all staring down at him. If this is a joke, I'll kill you. Naruto said, meaning it. And I'll help, Kiba stated. The three of them hurried to where she was. Naruto knelt down by one side, Kiba by the other, and Kakashi knelt by Hinata's head. Naruto performed the diagnostic jutsu. Oh please, Kami. Oh please, please, please. He rested his hand on her belly. She's alive. Her heart is beating and she's breathing. Naruto exclaimed. Thanked Kami. Kiba shouted. Yes, thanked Kami. Kakashi said quietly. It had almost happened again. He had almost lost another teammate. But thankfully, this time, it looked like everyone had survived. XXXXXXXXXXX. Hinata slowly opened her eyes. She felt cold and there was snow falling down. Her eyes focused and she saw the faces of her 3 teammates all smiling down at her. Naruto-kun, she whispered. Am I dead? Is this heaven? He smiled at her. No, Hinata-chan. He gently pulled her up into his arms and held her tight. You're alive, my sweet Hinata-chan. You're alive. As Naruto held her, Kiba reached out and put his arms around both of them. Kakashi then leaned in and put his around all 3 of them. With an embrace, Team 7 celebrated their victory on the bridge. But much more importantly, they celebrated the fact that they had all survived. Chapter 22. Hinata checked on her patient and smiled at him. Your wrist will be completely healed in about 2 weeks. Your other injuries aren't serious and will be totally healed soon. How do you feel? Haku looked up at her from his hospital bed. Why are you being so kind to me? He asked quietly. Hinata smiled at him. Because you are hurt and I want you to get better. Haku shook his head. I was your enemy, why should you care? You're not my enemy anymore and I don't blame you for being on the other side. Hinata said. Naruto was also in the room. I think you'll find that a lot of people don't hold grudges if you really are sorry for what you've done. May I speak with you alone, please? Would you mind, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Of course not. As she began to leave, Naruto put his arms around her and pulled her into a hug. She giggled a bit. You know it really is all right, Naruto-kun. I'm fine, she assured him. I know that, Hinata-chan. I just like holding you and having you remind me. She giggled again. You're silly. She gave him a quick kiss and left the room. Naruto turned happily to the patient in the bed. Thank you again for what you did. I will always be in your debt, Haku. Haku shook his head. Please do not thank me for forcing you to suffer. It doesn't matter if I suffered. All that matters is that Hinata-chan is alive and well. Why didn't you tell me that during our fight? I almost killed you. Zabuza-sama always taught me to kill when it was necessary. In his eyes, what I had done was weakness, and I was ashamed of it. Also, seeing the pain I had inflicted on you, I felt I had no right to ask for mercy. Haku paused. I wish you had killed me. Don't say that. Naruto said sharply. I know you miss Zabuza, but you are young and have a long life ahead of you. Is what? A broken tool, he said sadly. You're not a tool, you're a person, a human being. All ninjas are but tools to be used. When Zabuza rescued me, he told me that I belonged to him, mind, body, and soul. Now that he is gone, I am nothing. Again I am alone. Again I am superfluous, unwanted, and shunned. Haku shivered at his memories. Death is much better than to live like that. You're not alone. You have a friend standing right here. I'm your friend and I care about you, Haku. Haku looked at him. I was not strong enough to be a worthy tool to Zabuza. I would not be one for you either. Good. Haku looked surprised. I don't want a tool, I want a friend. Naruto went to his bedside. Look, Haku, we are shinobi and that means we must be ready to do many hard things, including kill or die for the ones we serve and love. But we never stop being human. Even in those moments when we must be hard and cruel, we remain all too human. If you really just want to go through life as someone's tool, I can't help you because I can't be anyone's owner. But, if you want a place where people will care about you and where you will always be wanted, that I can give you. Haku looked at him with a bit of fear and a bit of hope. Really? Naruto nodded. When my team leaves here, you are welcome to come with us back to Konoha. You'd be welcome to come and stay with me and my mom. What if your mother does not like me? Naruto chuckled. I think you underestimate how nice you are. Besides, as soon as I tell her you're the reason Hinata is still alive, she'll love you. Naruto sounded very certain. But I fought against you and your team. Haku protested. So, my mom's a ninja. She'll understand that you had a duty and personal obligation to Zabuza. Naruto gave him a big smile. What do you say? Want to come back with me and have a real home? Haku thought about it for a moment and slowly nodded. I would like that. XXXXXXXXXXX. So what is this about? Kiba asked. Team 7 had gotten back together at the Tazuna residence. Currently Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari were all in town enjoying a massive and spontaneous celebration. The whole town was celebrating Gato's untimely demise and the end to his reign of terror. His team had been invited to join, but Naruto had asked to talk to them first. Well, Naruto spoke up. There are a few things I needed to talk to you about. First off, I've invited Haku to come back with us to Konoha and to stay at my home. What? Kiba said. The guy almost kills your girlfriend and you're going to be roomies with him. Kiba-kun, Hinata said firmly. Haku could have killed me easily. He chose to let me live. I have nothing against him, so you shouldn't either. Kiba grumbled a bit but didn't seem upset. Are you sure that's wise? Naruto, have you really thought this through? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. I have Kakashi-sensei. I consider Haku to be a friend and he is all alone now. He needs a place where he is wanted and I wish to give him that. And what is the downside? I gain a friend and the village gains a damn good ninja. Kakashi thought about it. Well, he likely doesn't have any bounties on him. You would have to get approval from the Hokage for him to become a leaf nin, and you'll have to convince your mother to let him stay with you. Naruto nodded. I'm sure they'll both be okay with it. Naruto, how the hell do you make friends so fast? Kiba asked. Naruto took a deep breath. Well, you see, he detailed the previous meeting with Haku. He was not really surprised to see they were all frowning at him, even Hinata. Naruto, Kakashi said sharply. You made contact with an enemy ninja and didn't tell us about it. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi shook his head. I don't really fault you for not attacking him or even for talking with him. Though if you do this in the future you will need to be very cautious. Now what I do have a problem with is you keeping this meeting secret from all of us. You should be able to trust your teammates with anything. I know that, Kakashi-sensei. He took another deep breath. That's why I've decided to tell them about my big secret. Big secret, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Kakashi looked at him in surprise. Naruto, I wasn't referring to that. I know, but I want to tell them. I trust both of you with my life and I think it only fair that you know the whole truth about me. Kiba looked at him. Does this have something to do with that insane amount of power you had? Naruto nodded glumly. It sure does. He hesitated just a bit before telling them. He really did trust them both with his life. He expected they would both understand. But even if they didn't, well, it would definitely hurt but not destroy him. Enough people who knew the truth were accepting of him. He understood that he was not a monster. He also understood that some people would never accept that. That many people saw him that way and hated him did not make it so. Before I start, what I have to tell you remains a secret. You can't speak of it. Do you understand? He waited for both of them to nod. All right, I have to tell you about what really happened the night the Kyuubi attacked the village, and he told them the truth of how his father saved the village and of the price of that salvation. You're the Kyuubi? Kiba said in amazement. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm the Kyuubi's jailer. As you saw, I can tap into some of its power when I'm really angry. But I am not the Kyuubi. Hinata immediately came forward to glomp onto him and press her head against his chest. Of course you're not. You're Naruto-kun. It doesn't matter what's inside of you. She declared fiercely. Thanks, Hinata-chan. He said, very glad that she understood. Kiba smiled. Hey, well, I always knew you were a badass. Now I know just how much of one. Naruto looked at him. So you're okay with this? Kiba nodded. You're a part of my pack, Naruto, and an Inuzuka never abandons his pack. Akamaru barked his agreement. Naruto let out a very deep sigh of relief. Oh, Hinata-chan, I just remembered something. He reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a dried flower. Could you press this for me, please? She took the flower and smiled. It's a white carnation. These are supposed to be good luck. He nodded. I know, I'm going to keep this one as a good luck charm. He smiled at her. I figure if it helped me get through today, it must have a whole lot of luck in it. XXXXXXXXXX. Team 7 remained for another 2 weeks. They stayed until the bridge was completed. Haku recovered from his injuries and began training a bit with Naruto and the others. They ate and talked together and slowly all hostile feelings began to disappear. Haku was welcomed as a sort of unofficial 5th member. When he showed them his pet rabbit, Mr. Fluffy, Hinata went wild. Haku slowly came to think he might have a place in the world. But there were still wounds that would take a very long time to heal. XXXXXXXXXXX. Haku stood before a simple grave. There was a small cross and a large sword planted into the earth. He had come here to say a final goodbye to the man who had rescued him from loneliness and from death. And whom he would always cherish as his father. From behind he heard soft footsteps. "It's time, Haku," Naruto said respectfully. "We're going to meet at the bridge and say goodbye to everyone there." Haku nodded. He continued to face the grave. "Do you think he was a bad man?" Naruto answered carefully. "Yes, I do. But I realize that very few people are completely good or bad. I can believe that he showed to you his best side." Haku slowly nodded. He stiffened his back and bowed low to the grave before him. "Goodbye Zabuza-sama. Goodbye, father. I shall never forget you." He turned around and smiled. "Let's go Naruto, I want to see Konoha and meet your mother." XXXXXXXXXXX. The entire town had turned out to say goodbye to their heroes and to celebrate the completion of the bridge. "We owe you a huge debt," Tsunade said. Kakashi smiled. "It's all right, we were happy to help." Inari was weeping. "I didn't want to cry anymore," the boy complained. Smiling, Naruto went over to him and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's all right to cry when you're happy. All right Team 7, it's time to go home." Kakashi spoke. After a few more final waves goodbye they left. Fittingly enough, they would be the very first people to use the new bridge to cross over from wave country to the mainland. Leaping away, they were soon gone from sight. "They truly are heroes," Tsunade said. "Yes they are," Tsunami agreed. "Hey Dad, I just realized something. The bridge doesn't have a name." Tsunade smiled. "I have the perfect name. Let's call it, the Great Naruto Bridge." "Yeah Grandpa. That's a great name." And that was what the bridge was named. XXXXXXXXXXX. When they had originally set out, it had been judged an extended C-rank mission expected to last from 7 to 10 days. When they returned, it had been just over a month and they were returning from an A rank. As they came up on 5 miles to the gate, Naruto switched on his radio communicator to send. At first they were still a bit out of range, but quickly they were within the 5-mile limit. "Hey Mom, can you hear me?" Naruto called. "Naruto-kun." Kushina's voice came through loud and clear and Naruto felt like he was home again. "Where are you honey?" "I'm heading towards the gates Kasen. Did you get the letter I sent you?" "I got it yesterday, so your friend Haku is with you." "That's right. He'd sent the letter out 2 weeks ago. Except when ninja couriers were being used. The postal services left a great deal to be desired. He can't wait to meet you." "Well, I can't wait to meet him." In only 5 minutes Team 7 arrived at the gates. As Naruto knew she would be, his mom was there waiting. She held out her arms and Naruto decided to go ahead and act his age for a change. With a bound he leapt into her arms. She hugged her son tight and showered him with kisses. "Welcome home Naruto-kun," thanked Kasen. After a minute he turned to wave Haku over. "Mom, this is my friend Haku. I want him to stay with us." Haku bowed deeply to her. "I am most honored to meet you Kushina-sama." Kushina smiled and came over to the boy. "No need to be so formal Haku-kun. Kushina will do just fine." She bent down and hugged him. Haku immediately stiffened. He wasn't really used to being hugged. "Now let's go home and get you settled in." XXXXXXXXXXX. "I'm going to live here," Haku said in a small voice. Naruto laughed. "I grew up here, so to me it's just home. I forget sometimes that it's pretty impressive." "It's amazing," Haku said sincerely. Kushina cleared her throat and got the attention of both boys. "Now Haku, my son considers you a friend, and for sparing Hinata you have my deepest thanks. You are welcome to stay here as long as you wish." However, her voice took on a very serious tone. "Everyone who lives here is expected to serve and protect Namikaze. So long as you are a resident here and a friend to my son, I will give you the protection of this clan and you will always have a place. In return, I expect you to be willing to serve and protect this clan." Haku stiffened and bowed deeply. "Kushina-sama, I give you my solemn word that I would give my life to protect your Naruto. I will gladly serve and protect this clan." Kushina smiled and ruffled his long black hair. "Well then, welcome to Namikaze." XXXXXXXXXXX. "How bad was it?" Tsunade asked quietly. When Kakashi had asked to meet with her in private, she knew it had to be serious. "I'm not sure," Kakashi asked. The demon's chakra flowed around Naruto sort of like a second skin, in a bit like a fox's shape. He even had a tail made of chakra. His power was incredible, though only a fraction of what the Kyuubi's had been. When he attacked the bandits, I saw him send the chakra around him out in the form of arms and slaughter 6 men without any noticeable effort. From talking with Haku, it would seem this second skin also acts as an ultimate defense. Apparently it protects him from weapons and jutsus. What was his behavior like? Well, he was definitely angry. However, he deliberately chose not to kill Haku. He also deliberately gave the men who did not attack him the chance to escape. Despite being filled with rage, his personality was definitely Naruto's. I see, Tsunade said quietly. Do you wish to pull him from active duty? No, he replied firmly. Nothing I've seen leads me to believe he was not in full control of the demon's power. In fact, had he not had that power available, I don't know how the battle would have ended. I was certainly in no shape to take on so many armed men after expending so much chakra fighting Zabuza. Tsunade sat back and considered. All right, for the time being we'll leave him on active duty. I'm also declaring everything that involved the demon's chakra to be an S-rank secret. Jiraiya is off the map for the moment, looking for information about a certain organization. When he returns to Konoha, I'll have him examine Naruto and his seal. She looked at Kakashi with interest. All this aside, how did he do? He is his father's son. Kakashi said simply. While I was injured, he ran the squad as well as I could have asked. His actions were consistently designed to protect his teammates and the people we were guarding. Tsunade nodded. All right, thank you Kakashi. XXXXXXXXXX. Over the next 3 weeks, Team 7 successfully completed 6 C-rank missions. None of these were extended and none proved harder than expected. During this time, Haku was allowed to take the academy graduation test, which he passed with ease. He agreed to take an oath to serve Konoha faithfully and was awarded a leaf Hitai-ite. What to do with him next was a problem, as there were no openings on any of the current teams. Tsunade though thought she had an idea. She summoned Kushina and Haku to her office one day. Kushina, I have a problem. Tsunade said simply. Actually, I have 2 problems. And I think I have a possible solution for both. Kushina eyed her friend carefully. Yes. Well, the first problem is what to do with Haku here. The boy stood quietly at attention and said nothing. According to the mission report from Kakashi, he would seem to be at least Chunin level. But I'm not prepared to promote him or even allow him entrance into the Chunin exams based solely on that. I want him to have at least 6 months of field experience with a Leaf squad before I even consider the question. Now that is one problem. Tsunade pressed her intercom. Please send her in Shizune. Kushina looked behind her as the office door opened. In walked a teenage girl, perhaps 14 or 15. She had long straight black hair and dark eyes. She wore a dark blue jacket and beige pants. Her Hitai-ite was around her neck. The girl sent Kushina a look of surprise, and just a twinge of fear. She came to stand to Kushina's right before the Hokage's desk. You sent for me, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded and frowned. Uchiha Gabella, your sensei has asked me to remove you from his squad. Do you have any idea how rare that is? As a general rule, a team leader will almost never request a member be removed from a squad unless there is absolutely no alternative. You've had it happen to you twice now. Tsunade opened a rather thick folder on her desk. Refusal to obey orders, dereliction of duty, fighting with squad mates, missing practices, the list goes on and on with you. Frankly, Gabriella, I'm about ready to just call you a lost cause and strip you of your shinobi status. What? You can't do that. The girl shouted in outrage. Quiet, Tsunade snapped. I didn't bring you here to talk, stand there and listen. I'm putting you on a 6-month probationary period. You have that long to save your career. If after 6 months your sensei does not give you a satisfactory review, then I will strip you of shinobi status. What is more, if at any point your sensei wants to get rid of you, I will strip you. This is your absolute last chance, do you understand? The girls nodded once tersely. Wonderful, now please wait in the reception area. With a snap to her step she left the office, almost but not quite slamming the door. Tsunade sighed. That girl has some great potential. But she has become extremely frustrated by the fact she had not developed a Sharingan. Most Uchihas develop them by the time they are 13. She just became 15 and the clan believes she will not develop one. Her frustration has made her reckless and a discipline problem. And you intend to put her and Haku on the same squad? Kushina asked in surprise. Tsunade nodded. Haku needs to learn how to deal with different personalities and to develop some social skills. Gabella needs some discipline and an example of how to behave. Actually, I think the key is to find just the right sensei for the two of them. Someone who can be both a disciplinarian and show a little compassion when it's called for. Well, it looks like it will be a tall order. Who did you have in mind? Tsunade smiled wickedly. You. What? Kushina did not believe it. Are you joking? I've never been a sensei. Except to Naruto, and you did an incredible job with him. Tsunade said. But now Kakashi has got that role. You're a strong woman, Kushina, with a good heart, and you're a hell of a jonin. I'm certain Haku would work well with you, and I think you might be able to get through to Gabella. Teaching my son was a special case. I'm not even a leaf nin. She pointed to her whirlpool Hitai. I've never even done a mission here in Konoha. Well, it has been 13 years since you came here. Don't you think it's high time you did one? Kushina, you are far too skilled and far too valuable to just do nothing. Now that you are no longer training Naruto, you need to do something more with your time. Kushina frowned. I'm head of the Namikaze clan. As a general rule, clan heads don't usually have active duty status. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akamichi Choza are all still active duty. Tsunade sighed. Look, I won't force you, but wouldn't you enjoy a new challenge, and plus it's only for 6 months. Haku suddenly turned to face Kushina. Kushina-sama, I would feel most comfortable serving under your command. Kushina smiled at the boy. She liked him. He was a little shy and formal sometimes, but he was very kind-hearted and very earnest. A bit like Rock Lee. I'm not worried about you, Haku. She turned back to Tsunade. I don't trust the Uchihas. She said flatly. I know. Tsunade said with a frown. But that is another reason for you to accept this assignment. Maybe if you're Gabella's sensei, you'll come to see the Uchiha clan is not pure evil. Maintaining the peace and security of this village is my highest priority. If I can, I want to diffuse the tensions between Namikaze and Uchiha. Come on, Kushina, what do you say? At the very least, this will get you out of the house. Kushina looked back to Haku. He had an eager expression on his face. Damn it, I already know I'm going to regret this. It's just for 6 months, right? Tsunade smiled. She was hooked her now, she just had to reel her in. Just for 6 short months. Kushina sighed. All right, I'll do it. XXXXXXXXXXX. She smiled at the senseis that were gathered around her. As you can probably all imagine, the reason I gathered you here was to formally announce the start of the Chunin exams in 1 week's time. Tsunade said. Now let's begin with this year's rookie squads. Do any of you feel confident in nominating your squads? Kakashi stepped forward without hesitation. Squad 7 led by Kakashi consists of Namikaze Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. I vow upon the honor of my clan the Hitaki that all 3 of them are ready for the Chunin selection exams. A new and difficult challenge for Team 7 was about to begin. Chapter 23. Why do you think Kakashi-sensei just up and left like that? Hinata asked. Naruto shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea, Hinata-chan. But I'm not complaining, we've got the rest of the day to ourselves. Kiba had decided to do some training with Akamaru. He and Hinata were walking hand in hand towards Ichiraku's to get some lunch. He wasn't sure what they were going to do the rest of the day, but he knew it would be spent together. Since almost losing her, Naruto had come to truly understand just how much he loved her and what a huge part of his life she was. He smiled at her and she smiled back. There was nothing like almost losing something to truly make you appreciate what you had. As the two of them were passing an alleyway towards Ichiraku's, they heard some small children shouting. Looking, he saw a teen in a black outfit holding a child up in the air. A blonde girl in a very short skirt was looking on board while 2 small children were shouting. Naruto recognized the kid struggling in the older boy's grip. Ah hell, come on, Hinata-chan. He let go of her hand and raced down the alley. The older boy smirked nastily. You shouldn't run into people, brat, they might not like it. It was an accident. We were just playing. Please let me go. The teen smiled and shook the kid a little. He wasn't actually going to hurt him, but seeing him cry was kind of funny. And then suddenly he felt a blade pressing against his throat. Let the kid go right now, or I slice you open like a pear. A harsh voice said to him. The blonde girl was reaching for some type of weapon on her back. Her legs were taken out and she dropped to the ground. Before she could recover, a girl with pale eyes was standing over her with a kunai to her throat. "Don't interfere with Naruto-kun," she said. Kankuro carefully looked over to his right to where the person holding the sword was. There stood a leaf nin a bit younger and shorter than he was. But the boy had a look in his eyes that he recognized. Whoever the hell this kid was, he was ready to kill. Kankuro gave a smile and carefully set the boy down. "Sure, no problem." He tried to laugh. "No harm done, I was just playing around." "Playing around?" Naruto said flatly. "You all right, Konohamaru?" he asked without taking his eyes off the teen. Sarutobi had brought his grandson with him to a few of his birthday parties. Naruto wasn't especially close to the boy, but he did know him. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks Naruto." "No problem, I think you and your friends should go now." The children wasted no time in departing. Kankuro gave a sickly smile. "See, no harm done. So you going to take your sword off my throat now?" "Maybe." Naruto sent him a nasty smile. "And maybe I'll play with you for a little while like you were playing with Konohamaru. I can see by your Hitai that you're a sand nin. You here for the Chunin exams?" "That's right." Kankuro didn't nod for fear of cutting himself if he did. "Well, that makes you a guest here in my village, and guests don't go around threatening our citizens. Oh, and by the way, that kid just happens to be the grandson of our third Hokage and a friend of mine. As long as you're staying here, remember you're a guest and that we expect you to behave like one. Threaten one of our citizens again and you will regret it." Naruto finally pulled his sword back. Kankuro took a few steps back. Seeing Naruto's actions, Hinata pulled back her kunai and moved to stand beside him. Temari quickly got on her feet and stood next to her brother. She looked at the blonde ninja who still had his sword ready. "He's kind of cool." Despite the situation, she gave him a slight grin. Kankuro was furious and humiliated. He pulled Crow off his back. "You want to try that again now that I'm ready?" Naruto nodded calmly. "If you want to fight, that's fine. But understand that I'll probably kill you." The calm certainty with which he spoke those words was eerily familiar to both Kankuro and Temari. "Kankuro, maybe we should just go," Temari suggested. Kankuro hesitated, no longer sure if he wanted to push things further. "Kankuro," an annoyed voice called from above. "Stop it. You are a disgrace to our entire village." Naruto shot his head up to see a red-haired boy hanging upside down on a tree. He seemed to have a huge gourd on his back. "What the hell? I didn't sense his chakra signature. Who the hell is this guy?" "But he started it," Kankuro complained and pointed to Naruto. "Shut up or I'll kill you," the red-haired boy said in a soft, menacing tone. Kankuro swallowed. "Yes, Gaara, I'm sorry." The red-haired nin swiftly teleported down. He appeared near the other two and faced Naruto. "I apologize for their rude behavior." He turned to face the other two. "We're here early, but that doesn't mean we're here to play around. Let's go." "Wait," Naruto called out. "What's your name?" The blonde girl immediately started to blush. "You mean me?" "No, I mean him." The red-haired boy eyed him with a small bit of interest. "I am Sabaku no Gaara at your service." He paused a bit. "I am curious to know your name as well." Naruto have a slight bow. "I am Namikaze Naruto." Gaara seemed to mull that over for a moment. "Namikaze, or the son of the fourth Hokage?" "I am." "Then we have something in common, Naruto. I am the son of the fourth Kage." Gaara stared directly at him and Naruto had no trouble matching the stare. "Looking in your eyes, I see we have something else in common too." "What would that be?" he asked. "You're a killer, just like me." "I've killed," Naruto said coldly. Gaara looked at him for a bit longer, and then finally turned to leave. "I look forward to seeing you at the exams, Naruto." XXXXXXXXXX. Kushina and Haku were in the park near the pond. There were a few ducks and Haku was happily feeding them bread. Haku was enjoying himself. Kushina looked at the boy and shook her head a bit. It's hard to believe someone so gentle was the partner for a bastard like Zabuza. It was then that Uchiha Gabella finally put in an appearance. "Sorry I'm late," she said grumpily. Kushina made a point of looking at her watch. "You're 20 minutes late. Your punishment is 20 push-ups for every minute you kept me and Haku waiting. Now drop and give me 400 push-ups." Gabella stared at her open-mouthed. "You've got to be kidding me. I was just a little late and this is the first time I'm meeting you as my sensei." Kushina lifted an eyebrow. That would be a reason for you to try and make a good impression on me. Instead you choose to show blatant disrespect for my time and the time of your teammate. Gabella crossed her arms and took on a sulky look. No one told me you would expect me to show up on time. You're a shinobi. No one should have to tell you something so basic. Do you need someone to remind you to pack your ninja gear before coming? You can't really expect me to do so many push-ups just for being a little late on my first day. Kushina eyed her watch. You just wasted another minute of my time. You're now up to 420 push-ups. Hey, that's not fair. So, Kushina said coldly. The girl was clearly getting angry. How can you punish me for just talking to you for a minute? I'm punishing you for not immediately obeying me when I told you to drop and give me push-ups. As your sensei, my responsibility is to teach and protect you. As my student, yours is to follow my orders and give me your best effort at all times. I wish Lee or Naruto were here right now to show her what I mean. Well, she'll see, Haku. Now if you don't drop and start in the next 25 seconds you will be up to 440. Gabella glared but finally dropped down and began doing them. Kushina let out a sigh. I already regret this. XXXXXXXXXX. The earlier events did nothing to damage their appetites and the two of them were enjoying their meal when their radio communicators squawked to life. All members of Team 7 please meet me at our regular spot in 30 minutes. Please acknowledge. Kakashi's voice sounded. Blonde boy acknowledge. Naruto said after pressing down the send button. Pretty girl acknowledge. Hinata said. A few seconds later they heard Kiba's voice. Dog boy acknowledge. Hinata looked curiously at him. What do you think? Naruto smiled. Well, I don't think he would call a meeting just to tell us he wasn't entering us in the exams. XXXXXXXXXXX. They were now standing at the practice fields about a mile from the academy. Kushina was looking patiently at her two-man squad. Haku was just standing there politely waiting. Gabella was still rubbing her arms and looking discontent. Kushina sighed. Well, as of today the three of us will be Team Kushina. We'll be a two-man squad with me as sensei. That is a bit unusual as is the fact this assignment will only last a set period of time, 6 months. But all three of us are in unusual positions, so we'll do our very best to make this an effective team. Gabella let out a rude noise. Do you wish to say something, Gabella? If I do, will you make me do more push-ups? She ostentatiously rubbed her arms. No, Kushina answered pleasantly. But I have plenty of other ways to make you miserable. Keep that in mind. The girl glared. Why are you even pretending that we're a team? I'm a huge screw-up, and even though I don't know this kid's story. She nodded towards Haku. He must be some kind of problem too. All you are is a babysitter watching us to make sure we don't get into trouble. Kushina frowned. The girl's attitude needed some major adjustment. I don't babysit for the Hokage, it's the other way around. Gabella stared at her. Do you not want to be ninja? If you don't say so right now, and I'll spare us both a lot of pain and aggravation. Have no doubts that even if our makeup is a bit unusual, we will be a team and we will perform missions to serve the village. If you are not ready to give me your full effort, then I suggest you tell me so right now. Gabella looked at her, but remained silent. Wonderful, Kushina spoke in a cheerful voice. Well, since we are a new team, why don't we all introduce ourselves? I'll start off. My name is Namikaze Kushina. I am clan head of the Namikaze clan. I like training and being with my son Naruto and his many friends. She gave Haku a quick smile that Gabella did not miss. What I dislike is anything or anyone who threatens my son. I have only one goal in life, and that is to see my son become Hokage. She looked to Gabella. Your turn. Gabella sighed. I am Uchiha Gabella of the elite Uchiha clan, obviously. I like ice cream and having fun. What I dislike are push-ups and people who make me do them for no good reason. My goal is to get the Sharingan and make my father and my clan see me. Kushina nodded. No one could miss the frustration when she spoke that last sentence. She nodded to Haku. Your turn. Haku gave her a slight bow. Arigato Kushina-sama. I am Momochi Haku. I like my bunny, feeding animals, and being with my friends, especially Naruto. I dislike and will destroy anyone who threatens those people who are precious to me. My goal is to always be able to serve and protect the Namikaze clan. Gabella eyed the boy with disappointment. You sound like her groupie. And by the way, it's Sensei, not Sama. Haku looked at her calmly. I prefer to call her Kushina-sama. Kushina sighed. She had told him many times that he didn't need to call her that and had given up. All right, now since you both have experience we won't bother with any silly tests. We'll do some basic team building exercises today. But first I want to get a sense of your skill level. I'll spar with each of you. Gabella, you'll go first. I want you to come at me as hard as you can. She nodded but looked a little nervous. Before we do that, can I ask you about something? What? Gabella looked embarrassed at what she was about to say. Well, I sort of grew up with stories about you. You know, Kushina the Red Death. Kushina sent the girl a flat look. Yes. Well, I know this is stupid, but those stories. They aren't real, are they? Kushina shook her head. Take my word that I don't magically appear if you say my name 3 times, and I don't go roaming the streets after dark looking for bad children. Gabella nodded, feeling foolish but relieved. All right. And that crazy story about you killing a bunch of drunken men and piling their decapitated bodies outside your gate. That's pretend too, right? Kushina gave her a very happy smile. No, that one is true. Please keep that story in mind the next time you think about running late. Now let's start. With a shudder, Gabella began sparring with her worst childhood nightmare. XXXXXXXXXX. On the bridge, Kakashi handed them out the applications for the exams. I have nominated you for the Chunin exams. Competition is strictly voluntary. If you wish to compete, bring these forms with you to the academy, room 301 by 4 p.m. 1 week from today. Remember, this is strictly voluntary. If you choose not to compete, it will not be held against you. Naruto frowned. Damn it, I don't have a pen. I need one too. Kiba complained. Hinata produced one and began filling out her form. You can use mine after I'm done, Naruto-kun. She said happily. Hey, me next. Kiba shouted. No, me. Naruto declared. Chuckling, Kakashi produced 2 pens. I thought you might want to compete. The boys each grabbed a pen and got busy. Are you kidding, Nissan? After Wave Country this will be a breeze. Hell yeah, Kiba shouted. We're going to kick some major ass. Kakashi frowned a bit. I like your confidence, boys, but please don't think for a second that this going to be easy. It's very rare for a rookie squad to even be nominated to compete, though 2 other teams were as well this year. It's also rare to pass on your first attempt. If you don't make it this time, don't see it as a setback, view it as valuable experience for next time. What are you talking about, Nissan? Team 7 is the best. He looked at his 2 teammates and smiled. We're absolutely passing and making Chunin on the first try. His 2 teammates caught his excitement and nodded eagerly. Naruto, Kakashi said seriously. Just about all your opponents will be older and a lot more experienced than you. Don't start thinking you'll have a walkthrough. This exam will be every bit as hard as our first mission was. In some ways it will be much harder, and I won't be there to help. Naruto smiled, his confidence not wavering for an instant. It doesn't matter how hard it is, we will definitely pass. XXXXXXXXXX. Gabella trudged home exhausted and sore. Just about every part of her ached. How exactly was she expected to survive this? Maybe the Hokage had deliberately made Kushina her sensei in order to drive her to quit. Well, that wasn't going to happen. She wasn't quitting no matter what. She really wanted nothing more than a hot bath and bed. But she was expected to be at her aunt's house for dinner, and her father would be upset if she didn't show up. Thinking of dear old dad, she let herself grin. He had gone to the Hokage to wash his hands of her. She was a failure in his eyes, and he'd told the Hokage to do whatever she wanted with her. The Uchiha clan was uninterested. Today's events had one bright spot, and she was about to enjoy it. She entered her aunt's home and removed her sandals. Is anyone home? Her aunt answered her. We're in the dining room, dear, about to have dinner, come join us. Gabella entered the dining room and sat down. The only person who got a smile from her was her aunt. Her dad and her mopey cousin got disinterested looks. So Sasuke, is your squad taking the exams? He sent her a very thin smile. Of course we are. Kurenai-sensei gave us the applications this afternoon. His face took on a steely look. I expect to make Chunin. To make his point, he activated his Sharingan and showed it to her. Damn show off. Of course he gets it before he even turns 13. What is wrong with me? Why can't I activate mine? I hope you're ready for it. The Chunin exams can be rough. Hey, for you maybe. Sasuke sneered. Sasuke Her aunt Makoto said sharply. Your son has a point. Ryuki noted. I'm sure he won't fail the exam 4 times and end up a genin for life. Ryuki, that is not fair to Gabella. She tries very hard and I am sure she will make it there eventually. Makoto spoke. Typical, my aunt defends me from my father who just wants to tear me down. Thank you, auntie. I am still trying my best, father, and I am on a new team and have a new sensei. Her father was unimpressed and did not even bother to respond. How is your new team, dear? Makoto asked. Gabella sighed. Very strange. I only have one teammate and he's a little boy who is really quiet and polite and eager to please. Sasuke smirked. Is he any good? Because if he is, he sounds like the exact opposite of you. Sasuke. Makoto sounded upset. Ryuki made an agreeing sound. Gabella had to bite down to keep from screaming in his face. So who is your new sensei, dear? Gabella waited a heartbeat to let her father start drinking some tea. Namikaze Kushina. And as she'd known he would, he coughed up his tea. Gasping, he needed a minute to talk again. What? The Hokage assigned you that woman as your sensei? This is an outrage. I'm going to the tower right now and tell the Hokage. What exactly, Dad? Gabella cut in with a sweet voice. Are you going to tell her that you're going back on your word? That now suddenly the clan does care about me? Wouldn't that make you and the clan look awfully weak to just go back on your word like that? She knew, oh did she know, that her father despised the appearance of weakness. And so now he was trapped by his own words into calling someone he absolutely loathed his daughter's sensei. Anyway, she continued in a chipper voice. I wouldn't worry about it. Not only does she seem to be an excellent teacher, but he two of us really hit it off. I think we're going to become very close. The look on his face made every push-up and ache in her body worth it. Ah, sweet revenge. Chapter 24. Sakura was focusing her chakra into the fish. Not too much. Just enough into the vital organs. Suddenly the fish began to flap about. Surprised, she pulled back a little. I actually did it. Sakura. A sharp voice called. What are you waiting for? Put the fish back in the tank. Oh, yes, Ichala-sensei. She quickly grabbed the large fish and tossed him back into the tank. When she had started this training some months ago, the thought of even touching a slimy fish had grossed her out. Now she didn't even give it a second thought. With the fish now back in the tank, she turned back around to face her sensei. Sakura immediately froze. Is that a smile? I didn't think she even knew how to smile. Ichala noticed how Sakura was looking at her and the smile vanished. There's something wrong, cherry blossom girl. No, sensei. Ichala eyed her for a moment and slowly nodded. I have to tell you, Sakura, your progress has been much faster than I expected. Ichala saw her student's chest begin to puff out. But then of course I didn't expect much from you. Sakura's chest deflated just as quickly. Ichala put a hand over her mouth so Sakura couldn't see her chuckle. The Chunin exams begin tomorrow, don't they? Yes, sensei. As if by magic, Ichala reached behind her back and produced a small cloth pouch. Here, this is for you. Sakura took it warily. What is it, sensei? A personalized med kit. I made it for you. Inside you'll find bandages, antiseptic, morphine, soldier pills, gauze and some other useful items. Thank you, sensei. Sakura actually moved to give the woman a hug, but Ichala was fast enough to back away. Don't hug me, girl, or I'll make you give it back to me. Sakura nodded. Now are you ready to finish up the session with our usual 10 laps around the Uchiha complex? Sakura finished attaching the med kit to her belt. Yes, sensei. And there it was. Ichala actually smiled at her. In honor of your being in the exams tomorrow, this one time only, I'll let you skip it. Really, sensei? Get out of here, Sakura, before I change my mind. And good luck in the exams. Thank you, sensei. Sakura fled as fast as she could. XXXXXXXXXXX. The next day the plan was for Team 8 to meet at 3, go over a few things and then walk over to the academy. So Sakura was a bit surprised when Shino came knocking at her family's door a little after 2. Shino, has something happened? Did Kurenai-sensei change the meeting time? No, Sakura, we are still expected to meet at 3 o'clock. Shino said in that emotionless, calm voice. Then what are you doing here? She asked. I would like you to come take walk with me. Shino said simply. She looked at him with just a little bit of concern. In the 3 months they had been teammates he had not exactly warmed up to either her or Sasuke. That was not to say he was not a good teammate or that he did not look out for them. It was just he had a very solitary and quiet personality that did not mesh all that well with her intense forthright ways. Why? What is this about? It is about me being a good teammate. I ask only that you take a short walk with me and listen to what I have to say. Shino said. Oh, all right. XXXXXXXXXXX. They had been walking for about 5 minutes in an uncomfortable silence. Well, it was uncomfortable for her. Shino was usually quiet, so she supposed he was all right with it. Tell me, Sakura, he suddenly spoke and took her by surprise. How would you describe me? What? He looked at her with his glasses over the high collar of his coat. As usual, his expression was hidden. I would like you to tell me honestly how you view me. Okay. You're intelligent, honest, patient, quiet, and very dependable. He nodded simply. Am I in the habit of making false accusations or wild statements that are not backed by logic? Sakura shook her head. No, you hardly say anything, and when you do it's always the truth, and I'd have to say it is always pretty logical. He again nodded. Am I someone driven by wild passions to do and say mad and irresponsible things? Sakura started to laugh. Shino and wild passion. No, she couldn't even picture that. No, Shino, she tried to stop laughing. You're not. Do you think I would do or say anything to deliberately hurt you? She shook her head. No, Shino, you're a good guy and a good teammate. And once more he nodded. Please keep all these conclusions in mind as I relate to you the following. He came to abrupt halt and turned to face her. Sasuke is using you, and you would be best served to end your relationship with him. She stared at him, not believing it. This was just about the last thing she had ever expected to hear from him. About the only thing that could have surprised her more would have been if he had suddenly proclaimed his love for her. Once she got over her shock, she started to get angry. Did Kurenai put you up to this? No, I came to this conclusion independently. Has Kurenai also spoken to you about this subject? Sakura clamped down on her lips. Kurenai had taken her aside and gently hinted that her feelings for Sasuke were not returned and that she might be better off with someone else. Being a woman, Kurenai had at least known how to phrase it and bring things up indirectly to try and protect her feelings. Shino, she said defensively. Whatever happens between me and Sasuke is none of your business. I disagree. Whatever affects the performance of this team is most certainly my business. And Sasuke is beginning to have a negative effect on you. When you are not at his side, you are intelligent and strong-willed, and you are beginning to become a fine kunoichi. But when you are under Sasuke's eyes, you become no more than his puppet. You cease to be concerned with what is best for the team, and you care only what he thinks of your performance. Your concern about his opinion of you is slowly deteriorating your effectiveness both as an individual shinobi and as a member of this team. She bit down and ground her teeth in fury. Why did people keep trying to force themselves between her and the one she loved? Ino, Kurenai, and now even Shino. Why couldn't people just mind their own business? I'm very sorry you feel that way, Shino. But I honestly don't see how my feelings for Sasuke could possibly make me weaker when I've been doing tons of extra training because I want to be stronger for him. I'm also very sorry that you feel that you have to try and hurt me just because you don't want me with Sasuke. My arguments have nothing to do with emotion. They are based on logical conclusions derived from evidence I have observed. It is you, Sakura, who base what you say upon feelings and emotions rather than on logic and evidence. I don't care what you say. She shouted at him. I love Sasuke and nothing will change that. Shino stood there and looked at her for a moment. I see, but he does not love you. What? She gasped and took a step back. Why would you say that? Like my previous statements, Sakura. That one is based on logic gathered from visual evidence. If your behavior towards Sasuke is evidence of your love for him, then I am left to conclude that given his complete lack of similar behavior, he also has a similar lack of its cause. His actions are not consistent with someone who is concerned for your contentment or safety. Rather, his actions are appropriate for someone who is only interested in gaining the greatest possible use from you. The words reminded her of the argument she'd had with Ino after the prank at the academy. Their words were a bit different, but the message was the same. They both tried to convince her Sasuke was using her. You don't know what you're talking about. Shino waited a bit. Is that your entire argument? You do not wish to believe what I have to say and so I must be mistaken. Don't take that tone with me. Sakura crossed her arms over her chest. What tone is that? Sino asked, not even sounding curious. That smart superior tone that says you know so much more than me. You are mistaken, Sakura. The tone of my voice has not changed at any point in our conversation. However, I recognize now that my efforts are wasted. It is clear that you are determined to hold to your beliefs regardless of any argument of evidence put to you. You are usually quite intelligent, Sakura, but when it comes to Sasuke you have a blind spot. To you, Sasuke can do no wrong. Anything or anyone who challenges this assumption is simply dismissed out of hand. You are bound and determined to hold on to this idealized version of Sasuke regardless of the actual facts. All I know is that I love Sasuke and deep down he loves me too. Really, and where is your evidence of this? I don't need evidence, Sakura insisted. I just know it. I see, Shino replied. Very well, clearly my effort here was wasted. He turned to leave. I will meet you on the practice field at 3 as our sensei instructed. She stood there and watched him go. Aren't you worried I'll tell Sasuke what you said to me? Shino looked back at her and though it was hard to tell she thought he might have looked surprised. Sakura, I spoke to Sasuke about this same matter before coming to your home. You did? He nodded. Of course, unlike you I concern myself with following the dictates of logic rather than emotions. I advised him of my conclusions and my belief that you should not be a couple. Did he get angry and threaten you? She was worried. She didn't want the team torn apart by this. No, he was not upset in the least. He informed me that I could make whatever argument I liked, that nothing I could say would cause you to give up your attachment to him. Shino paused. I will admit he certainly understood you better than I did. With that, Shino departed. He didn't fight for me. He didn't even get angry. She told herself that was a good decision. Sasuke had been confident in her love for him and had not even been worried about losing her. But it still bothered her that her boyfriend wouldn't at least get angry when someone suggested he was just using her. It bothered her a great deal more than she was willing to admit even to herself. XXXXXXXXXXX. What do you think all that was about on the second floor? Hinata asked. Well, that genjutsu had to be some sort of test. Naruto said. They must be trying to separate out the really weak teams already. He shrugged. I mean, if you can't even figure out what floor you're on, you shouldn't be taking the test to begin with. Hinata was frowning a bit. Don't you think we should have told them about the genjutsu though? Naruto shook his head. No, this is a competition now. It's Team 7 versus everyone else. We shouldn't try and help out the other squads. I mean, it's a test after all, not a real battle. Kiba chuckled. I'm not so sure about that. From what my mom and my older sister tell me, these exams can get pretty rough. Naruto smiled. All the more reason not to help the competition. But aren't you even worried about Lee? He seemed to be in bad shape. Hinata asked. Naruto laughed. What? He turned to her, clasped his hands together and did a fair impression of Lee's earnest tone. Oh please let us through. We are so helpless and weak. I mean, even though my teammate happens to be a Hyuga with the Byakugan, we have no idea there's a genjutsu here. He laughed and this time Hinata and Kiba joined in. I suspect Lee's team will be fine. He was probably just play acting to convince the other teams his squad was weak. But Naruto-kun, what do we do if some of our friends are in trouble? Hinata asked worriedly. Naruto looked to both his teammates. If our friends are in serious danger of getting killed or even hurt, we'll help. But we're not going out of our way to help them pass. The whole point of this is to see which teams are strong enough to deserve to be promoted. If other squads aren't strong enough yet, they'll just need to keep working at it. I guess that's fair, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. As they approached room 301, there was Kakashi leaning against the wall. Hey Nisan, you come to wish us good luck? Kakashi nodded. That, and to remind you one final time to be very careful of your opponents, some of them may play rough. Naruto had a big smile. I say bring it on. Team 7 is ready. Damn straight. Kiba agreed. Hinata simply smiled and nodded. Kakashi chuckled. Well, what are you waiting for? Go get him. Yeah. He gave each of his teammates an excited look. Let's do it, team. Plunging forward, Naruto pressed open the double doors and led the way. XXXXXXXXXXX. He remembered from his academy days that 301 was a large room. He hadn't expected it to be quite this full though. There were a lot of shinobi here and many of them were from foreign villages. He did a quick scan of the room to see if he could spot the red-haired kid from Sand. He was definitely someone to watch out for. And it was as he was standing there that he was brutally ambushed from behind. Naruto-kun. He had no chance to dodge before Ino had glomped onto his back. Hey cutie, where have you been? I've missed you. Ino. Get off Naruto-kun right now. Hinata shouted. Ino stuck her tongue out. I'm going to make Naruto-kun mine. Naruto sighed and turned to the girl who was attached to his back. Ino, I'm in love with Hinata-chan, the most we will ever be as friends. And if you keep trying to ambush me we won't be that. She let go and dropped to the floor. Smiling, she put a hand on his arm. Naruto-kun, if you would just give me one chance. I'd still be in love with Hinata-chan, that is never going to change. He put his arms around her, partly to hold her and partly to keep her from going up to Ino. I love Hinata-chan and only Hinata-chan. So leave Naruto-kun alone. Hinata hissed and tried to pull out of Naruto's grasp. Ino, are you being troublesome again? Shikamaru approached with a lazy look. Trailing behind him was Choji, a bag of chips in his hands. Shut up, you lazy jerk. Ino barked at him. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Hey Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, it has been a while. Hey Shika, say don't take this the wrong way, but why did Asuma nominate your team for the exams? I mean, from what I've heard your work ethic hasn't improved much. Shikamaru shrugged. I don't really know, maybe he lost a bet. Shut up. Ino immediately slammed the top of his head. Actually, Naruto-kun is leader of Team 10. I've whipped these boys into shape. We're a smooth fighting unit. Seeing Choji continue to munch on chips and Shikamaru slouch away disinterested, Naruto had his doubts. The door opened and some more familiar faces entered. Lady Hinata and Naruto-san, I greet you. Neji said in his usual condescending tone. Hey, you forgetting somebody. Kiba spoke up. Nobody important. Neji walked into the room followed closely by Tenten. What? Kiba shouted, but both Hinata and Naruto were able to restrain him. Lee came up to them looking a bit happier than usual. Naruto-san, Hinata-san, and Kiba-san, it is good to see all of you again. Naruto smiled. Hey Lee, I caught your performance downstairs, very amusing. Lee nodded vigorously. Part of a ninja's arsenal is deception. If others believe us to be weaker than we are, we can put that to good advantage. Naruto nodded. Oh, I agree. Naruto chuckled. I give you credit, in fact. I don't think I'd ever try to make myself look weaker. Naruto couldn't help but notice the odd look in his friend's eyes. You seem really revved up for this thing. Lee had a silly grin on his face. Naruto-san, I have fallen in love. Oh Lee, that's wonderful. Hinata said and gave her friend a quick hug. Naruto smiled. Yeah, that's great. You're an awesome guy. Whoever this girl is, she really lucked out. So who is the lucky girl? Lee sighed. She is the most amazing and wondrous angel with a melodious voice, kind and gentle heart, and beautiful forehead. Forehead. Naruto got a very bad feeling. Like he was watching his friend about to go skipping off the edge of a cliff. Oh Lee, please tell me this girl didn't have pink hair. Yes. Yes she did. Lee said excitedly. Do you know her, Naruto-san? Do you know Sakura-san? Naruto began to rub his temples. You might say that. I spent 4 wonderful years with her as a classmate. His strongest memory of the girl would always be of her throwing that blood onto Hinata. Lee, please take my word for it when I say you don't want to go there. She has been in love with that stuck-up Uchiha Sasuke forever. Please believe me when I say you don't have a chance with her. Lee frowned. Naruto-san, how can you say that? I have sworn to protect her with my life. I will one day win over her sweet and gentle heart. The door opened and in walked the members of Team 8. Naruto immediately noticed a large bruise forming on Sasuke's face. Sakura seemed to be wanting to heal him, but an unhappy Sasuke was holding her off. Shino was trailing his 2 teammates by a few feet as they entered. Sakura immediately spotted Lee and began shaking a fist at him. You bushy-browed freak. How dare you do that to Sasuke-kun? Sasuke sent her a sharp look. Shut up, Sakura. The girl stiffened and immediately began to apologize. Sweet and gentle heart, huh? Naruto commented dryly. Lee was frowning. I do not like the way Sasuke spoke to Sakura-san. He is usually not quite that bad. Naruto admitted. He had long since stopped caring why Sakura let herself be walked on the way she did. Naruto sent his thick-browed friend a smile. Lee, did you put that bruise on Sasuke's face? Lee nodded. I wanted to test myself against one of the elite Uchihas. He frowned. My sensei ended the match before it could be concluded, but I must say I was not impressed by the performance. Sasuke heard all this of course and seethed. It was bad enough to have lost matches against Naruto and Hinata. But at least he had a Hokage's blood in his veins while she was a master of gentle fist and heir of the elite Hyuga clan. Lee was nothing. He was a complete loser who couldn't even mold chakra. Losing to him was a complete and utter disgrace. I'm an Uchiha and I have my Sharingan now. How could I lose to a weak link like that? How can I ever get enough power to destroy Naruto and Itachi? Hey, you kids might want to settle down. These are the Chunin exams, not a trip to the playground. A silver-haired leaf nin approached them. He looked to be a teen. Who the hell are you? Kiba scowled. My name's Kabuto. Let me guess, you kids are all fresh out of the academy, aren't you? You're all wet behind the ears and really think you know everything, don't you? Naruto frowned, really not liking this guy and his attitude. Who we are is none of your business. The young teen with glasses smiled at him. Hey, no need to get upset with me. I'm actually trying to do you all a favor. A lot of these candidates are wound up very tight and the last thing they want is to have to listen to a bunch of loud academy graduates carrying on. Take it from someone who has been here before, you don't want to start off getting on a lot of people's nerves. How many times have you been here, Kabuto-san? Hinata asked politely. This is my 7th try. I've gone twice a year since I graduated. Sasuke's ears picked up. I'll bet you know a few things about these exams then. Kabuto nodded. You might say that. Sasuke gave him a well-practiced smile. Care to help out your fellow leaf nins? After all, we're all just helpless little wet behind the ears kids fresh out of the academy. Kabuto chuckled. Cute. All right, I'll take some pity on you poor babies. He pulled out a stack of cards. These are my shinobi skill cards. They're where I've placed all the information I've gathered over the past 4 years. He flipped some of them. I guess you haven't gathered that much information. Naruto commented. All those are blank. Kabuto nodded. The information is hidden until I use my own personal chakra to reveal it. He set one card down and put a finger on top of it. The card spun about for a bit and then revealed information about the number of teams participating in their home villages. Sasuke looked at the card with only mild interest. Do you have dossier cards for individual applicants? Kabuto nodded. Certainly, though my collection is far from complete. Tell me who you're interested in and I'll see what I can do. Show me whatever you have on Rock Lee and Namikaze Naruto, both from this village. Kabuto began to shuffle through his cards. You know their names and villages. That makes it too easy. He pulled 2 blank cards from his deck. Naruto looked at Sasuke and grinned. At him. Lee had already gone to rejoin his team. Gee Sasuke, after 4 years together, don't you know me well enough already? Sasuke sent him a frown but said nothing. Kabuto placed one of the cards down and touched it with his finger. It spun for a bit and then stopped, revealing its information. First off, we have Rock Lee. Let's see now, he has completed 20 D rank and 11 C rank missions. His sensei is Might Guy and this is his first trip to the exams. He has some significant ability in taijutsu but he seems to have nothing of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Sasuke was disappointed. That information didn't help at all. Kabuto put the other card down. Now let's take a look at Namikaze Naruto. Kabuto looked up and smiled at the blonde. Like everyone else in Konoha, he knew who he was. Well now, 53 D ranks, 6 C ranks, and whoa, an A rank. Kabuto looked up from the card. How did you manage to land an A rank straight out of the academy? Those missions are normally reserved for Jonins. Naruto smiled. What can I say? It started out as AC and got an upgrade. Sasuke sent Naruto a dark look. Team 8 had gotten its first C rank about 2 weeks after Team 7. Their mission had been to protect a merchant caravan traveling to the village hidden in the grass. They had actually been attacked by some bandits one night. It was during that fight that his Sharingan had activated. Team 8 did a great job in defeating the bandits and completed the mission successfully. Kurenai-sensei had been extremely proud of all of them and they had returned to the village in glory. Then the very next day Team 7 had come back and all anyone wanted to talk about was the fact that they had faced Momochi Zabuza and survived. Sasuke had no doubt that it was Kakashi that did all the fighting. But their sensei's glory had reflected onto all of them, and once again Sasuke could feel Naruto casting him into the shadows. Whoa, check this out. Kabuto sounded really impressed. What? Sasuke asked unhappily. Did he do an S rank too while I wasn't looking? Kabuto looked up at Naruto with real surprise. Did you know someone has you in their bingo book? Really? Naruto said excitedly. Ordinary ninja did not go in the bingo book. That was reserved for ninjas who were seen as especially dangerous or skilled. Who? The village hidden among the rocks, and they have you listed as an A-rank opponent. Naruto laughed and had a huge grin. Hear that, guys? I'm famous. Naruto-kun, Hinata said with worry. This isn't a good thing. He took her hand and spoke to her reassuringly. It's all right, Hinata-chan. I can't be Hokage unless I'm acknowledged the best ninja in this village. I was always bound to end up in all of them sooner or later. It's a compliment that I'm in one now. But why would the rock nins of all people have you listed? Kiba wondered. I have a pretty good guess. Naruto said but did not go into details. As Team 7 moved off a bit, Sasuke remained where he was. His eyes were shut, his fists were clenched and shaking. How does he keep surpassing me? He's not even 6 months out of the academy and he's in a bingo book. He's leaving me far behind. I'm too weak and too ordinary. Sasuke-kun, are you? Leave me alone, Sakura, he said sharply. She quickly nodded and backed away from him. Kabuto gathered up his cards and stood up. He didn't fail to notice the poor little boy's upset at finding out his classmate was more special than him. Are you all right? He asked in a cheerful tone. Sasuke looked up at him. I need more power, he said desperately. Kabuto grinned. Well, don't we all? I doubt you'll find a single ninja in this room who doesn't want more power. No, Sasuke said harshly. I don't want more power. I need more power. There are things I have to do and I can't do them unless I become a lot more powerful than I am. He looked at Kabuto pleadingly. Do you know of any way I can acquire a lot of power quickly? If I did, do you think I'd be taking this exam for the 7th time? Sasuke turned around. It doesn't matter, I'll find a way. I'll do whatever I have to. A certain light came into Kabuto's eyes upon hearing those words. His main job since graduating the academy had been intelligence gathering and recruitment for his lord. His master was always looking for potential followers with the right mindset. Over the past 4 years, Kabuto had sent many young kids on their way north to the Sound Village. He's much too old. Normally I get them before they enter the academy. But he's an Uchiha and that makes up for a lot. This might be interesting. You know, Sasuke, there are ways to acquire power quickly. The boy immediately halted and looked back at him. But everything comes with a price. And the kind of power you're talking about comes with a very high price. Are you really sure you want power that badly? Sasuke nodded without hesitation. What do I have to do? It was then the instructors arrived with a large puff of smoke. All right, everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I am Morino Ibiki and I am the proctor for the first part of the exam. Kabuto smiled and waved goodbye. We'll talk again later. Sasuke wanted to grab him, but people were starting to get up on their feet and shuffle forward. Things were starting. He decided there was no choice and rejoined his squad. Ibiki had the students draw numbers and sat them down at random throughout the room. He then explained his rules for the test. Naruto was very surprised to learn that the first part of the Chunin exams would be a written test. From what he'd heard, he'd expected some form of combat. Instead, Ibiki told them that if they were caught cheating 5 times they would fail. That got his immediate attention. He had never taken a test that would not fail you immediately if you were caught cheating even once. Why would they let you cheat up to 4 times and still pass? Then he chuckled. Oh, it's not really a test of our intelligence at all, is it? It's a test of our intelligence gathering skills. Hinata with her Byakugan will be fine if she even needs to use it. Kiba will manage too, I bet. He and Akamaru are pretty sneaky. Naruto frowned when he thought of himself. His forte was fighting, not intelligence gathering. You have 1 hour beginning, now. Ibiki said. Naruto turned the sheet over and looked at question 1. Cryptography, huh? He smiled. He'd been decoding since he was 7. Taking a quick look at the other questions, he didn't see anything that was especially hard. Too bad Ibiki, it looks like I don't even need to cheat to pass your test. There were only 9 questions actually listed. The 10th question would not be given until there were only 15 minutes left. He wasn't worried about that. If he could get 8 or 9 right, that would probably be plenty to help get his team through. He took care of the questions he had in front of him and then relaxed. As he sat there, he watched his team, after team got tossed out. No one he knew got tossed, and he was glad to see the herd being thinned a bit. XXXXXXXXXXX. All right, Ibiki called out. It is now time for me to give you the 10th question. Ibiki gave them all a cold and calculating look. Now, before I give you the final question, you must first decide whether or not you wish to reject the question. What do you mean reject the question? A grass nin spoke up. I mean you must choose whether or not you wish to be given the question. Should you choose to reject the question, then you immediately forfeit all your points and fail. With your teammates failing right along with you. Then why would anyone reject the question? An adult leaf nin asked. Because of the final rule. Should you accept the question and get it wrong, then not only do you and your teammates still fail, but you will never be permitted to take it again. The room exploded like a bomb had gone off. That's ridiculous. Kiba shouted from his feet. I know for a fact that there are ninja here who have taken the exam before. Ibiki chuckled. It's just your rotten luck. I wasn't the one making the rules then, but I am now. Any of you who reject the question now can take the exam again in 6 months. But if you take the question and get it wrong, you and your teammates will die as genin even if you live to be 150. Now make your choice. The ninja all began to look at one another. Naruto turned in his seat. Sure enough, both Hinata and Kiba were looking at him nervously. He was the team leader and they trusted him to make the decision. He smiled and held out a thumbs up. They both nodded and sat back. Naruto turned around to patiently wait. A number of squads decided to reject the question and leave with heads hanging. Finally, Ibiki looked them all over again. Anyone else want to reject the question? This is your very last chance. He paused and waited, but no one raised a hand. Very well, he called out in a strong voice. All of those who are still here, he paused dramatically, savoring the moment. All passed the first phase of this exam. Congratulations. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Just as with the bell test from Kakashi or the rules about cheating, here he had needed to look underneath the underneath. The idea that the various cages would be bound by the decision of a proctor from the Leaf Village had seemed a bit far-fetched. But as with Kakashi's lies during the bell test, he hadn't been completely sure. But in the end the decision hadn't really been that hard. He had faith in himself and in his squad mates. Look out! Someone shouted. Naruto turned his head just in time to see something smash through the window. About a minute later, a woman in a trench coat, mini skirt, and fishnet was standing in front of them. None of you are in any position to celebrate. The bizarre-looking kunoichi called out. I am Mitarashi Anko, proctor for the second phase of these exams. All right, all of you on your feet. Let's move it on out. The candidates all just sat there staring at her. Ibiki sighed. Can't you sense the mood in here? Anko frowned and did a quick head count. Ibiki. There are still 60 of them. You passed 20 teams. Her disbelief was all for show. This was about the number she'd expected. Ibiki shrugged. What can I tell you? We had some outstanding candidates this time. Huh. I'll cut their numbers down by at least half by the time I'm done. Now get up off your asses and follow me. You're all going straight to phase 2. I hope you're all well rested because I doubt you'll be getting much sleep anytime soon. Where are we going? A short grass nin in a straw hat asked. Anko smiled. Oh, to a cheery little spot we leaf nins call Special Training Ground number 44. She chuckled happily. Also known as the Forest of Death. Chapter 25. Author's note. Merry Christmas everyone. Please consider this chapter my gift to all of you. Seriously hoping you're getting something better. Hinata saw Naruto wait ng for her by the fireplace. Hello Naruto-kun, why did you want me to come over? He smiled happily. Hinata-chan, it's December 25th today. She looked at him blankly. So, it's Christmas, he said excitedly. She smiled and giggled a bit. Oh silly. This is a fictional world, we don't celebrate Christmas here. We don't. He looked crestfallen. So I guess you don't want my present. You got me a present. Hinata said excitedly. Nodding a bit embarrassed, he handed her a little chibi fox with 9 tails. Kawaii. Oh, I love it. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She hugged him and he gladly hugged her back. As he hugged his girlfriend in front of the roaring fireplace, he noticed his mom with her head in the room smiling at the two of them mischievously. Mom, stop spying on us. She laughed. It's called protective surveillance, son, and the two of you really are just too cute. I'll have some cookies ready in a minute. He shook his head. Then he smiled at the other girl he loved. Merry Christmas, Hinata-chan. Giggling, she leaned forward and gave him a kiss. Merry Christmas, Naruto-kun. XXXXXXXXXX. 20 teams were gathered before a 30-foot high metal fence. Behind that fence was a wooded terrain that seemed gloomy and twisted. The landscape seemed completely alien to any he had seen in Konoha before. Funny how Mom and Neeson never mentioned this place to me, Naruto thought. As the teams waited, Anko started to explain what was in store for them. All right, now listen up, you maggots, because I'm not going to explain this twice. The very first thing we'll need to do is have each and every one of you sign one of these consent forms. She smiled at them in a slightly bloodthirsty manner. They clear us of any liability should you be killed or terribly maimed. I mean, you wouldn't want me getting in trouble now, would you? She laughed. No one else there seemed to think it funny. Now I'll explain what the second phase entails and then you can sign your forms and turn them into the little hut behind me. To put it simply, the second phase will be a no-holds-barred survival test. Within this training ground is a tower located roughly 15 miles from all of the gates. The training ground also contains forest, a river, and all sorts of wild animals. Within this training ground you're going to go through a survival test. You are free to use any weapons, jutsus or tactics at your disposal. The test is a fight to the death version of capture the flag, or in this case, capture the scroll. From out of her pockets she produced 2 scrolls. There is a scroll of heaven, and a scroll of earth. Your goal is to acquire both. There are 20 teams here. Half of you will receive the Earth Scroll to begin with and half will get the Heaven Scroll. So your goal is to hold on to your own scroll, capture the other from an opposing team, and bring both to the tower in the center. So no more than 10 teams can possibly pass this test. Sakura spoke up. Anko nodded. That's right. Now there are some conditions. First, there's a time limit. You have exactly 120 hours to accomplish your goal and reach the tower with both scrolls. That's 5 days. Choji shouted. What are we supposed to do for food? That's your problem. The forest is filled with nature's bounty. Of course it's also filled with poisonous plants, man-eating monsters, and enemies. Sleep tight. Second, only a full 3-man squad can complete the assignment. Any squad with a member killed or rendered incapacitated fails. And third, you may not open the scrolls until you have reached the tower. As Chunin, you will often be trusted with top-secret documents. Consider this a test of your reliability. What happens if we open them before we get to the tower? Kiba asked. She smiled. That's for those who open them to know. All right, that's all the explanation you get. Now turn in your consent forms at the hut there. We'll exchange a heaven or earth scroll for 3 consent forms. Then we will take each squad to a different gate. You will all begin at the same time and at the same distance from the tower. Oh, and one final piece of advice. She looked them all over. Just don't die. Charming. Naruto muttered. XXXXXXXXXX. Ino looked at her 2 boys and tried to encourage them. All right, this is it, Team 10. This is going to a brutal, desperate fight where everyone we run into will be an enemy out to attack us. Now what are we going to do? She waited for them to shout, fight, loudly and in unison. Hide, Choji suggested. Quit, Shikamaru offered. Ino buried her head in her hands and screamed. XXXXXXXXXXX. We will set up a base camp and acquire food and water. Neji said. We will then go on the offensive after dark when the other teams are likely to be resting. Roger. Lee confirmed. Right. Tenten agreed. Neji nodded. His team would do well. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kabuto and his 2 teammates waited by their gate in silence. XXXXXXXXXXX. Shino, I'm counting on you and your little friends to be our eyes. Of course, Shino said with his usual lack of feeling. Sakura, I want you to stay by my side at all times. She nodded eagerly. Of course, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke felt as excited as he had fighting those bandits in his first real combat. He had a little bit of a smile as he anticipated a real challenge. XXXXXXXXXX. Dosu looked to Kin and Zaku. You understand what the mission goal is, right? He said quietly. Kin nodded and Zaku smirked. This is going to be so much fun. Zaku said eagerly. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto looked at his teammates. Alright, the longer we stay in this place the more beaten up we're going to get. We need an earth scroll. Let's find someone who has what we need, get it from them, and get to the tower. Kiba, with your sense of smell you can pick up teams in the area. Hinata-chan, with your Byakugan we can spot anything coming for a 2-mile radius. You can also check to make sure whoever we attack has what we need. There's no point fighting any useless battles. He looked where the sun was. Alright, there are maybe 2 hours of sunlight left in the day. Let's try and get done before night. Kiba nodded. Sounds good to me. We can get first dibs on the rooms in the tower. If we do this right we can probably surprise whoever we run up against. Hinata pointed out. Naruto nodded. Let's make this as quick and easy as we can. XXXXXXXXXXX. The signal was given and 23-man teams raced into the battle zone. 30 minutes after entering, Kiba picked up a scent. Hinata quickly focused in on the team. They have an earth scroll. Hinata said excitedly. They're on the ground about 1.5 miles north of us. All right team, time to get a full set. He gave them a rough idea of what he had in mind and they moved. XXXXXXXXXXX. That was too easy. Zaku complained. Dosu chuckled. It wasn't it. Around them were the dead bodies of 3 adult leaf nins. Do you want to go picking through their corpses to get their scroll? Kin asked. Why bother? Dosu asked. We're not even close to being done with our mission yet. Our Lord wants us to eliminate as many leaf nins as possible under the guise of this exam. These 3 won't fight in the upcoming battle. But there are plenty more to be picked off. Zaku frowned. The other leaf teams are all made of children. As pathetic as the adults were, killing the brats won't even be much fun. It'll be way too easy. That hardly matters. Dosu replied. The important thing is that we fulfill our Lord's command as best we can. They were soon moving in search of another leaf squad. XXXXXXXXXX. The 3 rain ninjas suddenly came alert. They all had on respirators and had pulled out their kunai. A boy ninja dropped in among them. He had blonde hair and was wearing a black and red bodysuit. Hi there, the boy said happily. Who are you and where are your teammates? One of the rain nins asked. Well, my name's Naruto and my teammates are sneaking up behind you. The 3 rain nins laughed. You expect us to turn around for such a lame trick? Naruto smiled. I wasn't talking about you 3 bushins. I was talking about your 3 real selves hiding in those bushes. He pointed to their hiding spot. What? One of the rain nins cried out. Before they could move, all 3 were slammed in the back of their heads. Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata were standing over their unconscious opponents. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. Hinata-chan, I ever tell you I love your keke genkai? She laughed. Once or twice, Naruto-kun. She bent over one of the ninjas and went through his coat. She quickly produced their prize. Got it. Hinata handed the earth scroll to Naruto, who secured it to one of his pouches. All right, now we go straight to the tower. Hey Naruto, Kiba spoke up. Why don't we wait a little bit before we go to the tower? What do you mean? I mean, why don't we stay out here a couple more days and get some more scrolls? Kiba smiled eagerly. That way more teams will fail and our chances will improve. Naruto thought about it a moment but shook his head. No, I think it's best that we go to the tower. I don't want to risk us getting hurt out here or worse. What are you talking about? We've already won a fight and we barely had to do anything. Right, this time, Naruto pointed out. Next time might be a different story. We've got what we need. We've accomplished the mission objective, now we just need to finish up the mission and get to the tower. What are you worried about? We're the best, Kiba exclaimed. Naruto nodded. I agree, Team 7 is the best. But that doesn't mean we should go looking for trouble when we don't have to. Even if we get some more scrolls, how much does it really help? Some other teams are bound to get through no matter what we do. This phase is going to last 5 days. But nothing says the next phase won't happen right after. The way this one started right after the first phase ended. I don't want us going into the next round beaten up and hurting. Let's take the next 5 days to just relax and get ready. Kiba shrugged, giving up. Fine. XXXXXXXXXXX. All right, Neji spoke. We've set up a base camp and acquired food and water. Let's split up and scout the area. But whatever you find, be back here in 1 hour. He tossed kunai into the earth. Yes, Neji. Lee said. Got it. Tenten said excitedly. Neji grinned a bit. Go. The three of them disappeared. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kiba picked something up and held up a fist. Team 7 came to a halt. What is it? Naruto asked. There are 6 scents coming from up ahead. Kiba informed him. Hinata-chan. Hinata nodded. Byakugan. She scanned the way for a bit. I see them, 2 teams. It looks like they're going to fight. Naruto, one of them are the group we met in the alleyway with Konohamaru. So the red-haired kid, Gaara, is there. Yes. She nodded. Naruto paused to think about it. All right, let's go take a look. What? Hinata turned to him. I thought you wanted to avoid any more fights. I do. He said seriously. We're going there to scout, not fight. I want to see what this Gaara can do. How come? Kiba asked. I don't know. Naruto admitted. But I have this nasty little feeling that I'll be seeing him again, and I want to find out as much as I can about him. XXXXXXXXXXX. They landed in some thick bushes about 100 yards away. As soon as they landed, Akamaru began to whine and swiftly crawled into Kiba's jacket. What's wrong with him? Naruto whispered. Kiba frowned and looked a bit concerned. He can sense an opponent's chakra. The fact he's this scared is a bad sign. He looked out onto the field. That rain ninja there must be pretty powerful. No. Naruto spoke with certainty. It's the red-haired kid, he's the one. Kiba frowned. You sure? He doesn't look like much. Naruto grinned a bit. Looks can be deceiving. I don't look that tough. Kiba chuckled. You've got a point. From their well-covered vantage point they watched the battle proceed. Saw the lead rain ninja launch an attack with thousands of needles only to be completely stopped by a dome of sand. They saw the frustrated nin foolishly try to rush in only to be trapped in the sand and lifted up off the ground. Gaara casually picked up a discarded parasol. What is he doing? Hinata asked nervously. He's going to kill him. Naruto said. He'd seen Gaara's expression, he knew. Kill him. But the guy's helpless. Kiba argued. Yeah. Naruto agreed. Gaara made a fist and the rain nin was crushed. His blood showered down onto the ground. They then watched as the 2 remaining rain ninjas surrendered their scroll and asked to be allowed to leave. They were killed as quickly and as brutally as their friends had been. What the hell? Kiba gasped. He didn't have to do that. Hinata whispered. Naruto simply continued to watch. As the guy in the black pajamas picked up the scroll, Gaara turned in the direction where they were hiding. He knows we're here, Naruto said calmly. What? Hinata said. Oh hell. Kiba spoke in near panic. XXXXXXXXXX. Gaara. He turned and looked with annoyance at his so-called brother. What? Didn't you hear what I said? We have the heaven scroll we needed. Now we can go straight to the tower. The sooner we're out of here the better. Kankuro noticed that Gaara was staring into the woods. Gaara was never the most stable of people and Kankuro was wondering what was going on. Something wrong, Gaara. Gaara, Temari spoke carefully and gently. We're done here. We should get going. Gaara smiled a bit. They were both relieved to see it wasn't one of his bloodthirsty smiles. They were even more relieved to see the sand returning to its gourd. He was looking back at the woods when he spoke. I'll save you for later. What? Temari asked. Gaara turned to his siblings as he put the cork into the gourd's opening. Let's go. XXXXXXXXXX. As they watched, the blonde girl and the other boy leapt away. Still looking in their direction, Gaara gave a slight bow before leaping away as well. Oh man, he really knew. Kiba let out a relieved breath. Hinata's heart was pounding. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? He was just sitting there looking blankly into the clearing. He turned and gave her a weak smile. I'm okay. Hinata-chan. We'll wait here for 30 minutes before we continue to the tower. No reason to risk running into them on the way there. His teammates both nodded eagerly. I don't know what that guy's story is. Kiba said. But he's deadly. Naruto said nothing but sat there and thought. XXXXXXXXXXX. As the sound ninjas landed in the clearing, the children faced them. Dosu laughed as one of them tried to look fierce, their leader obviously. Didn't your mother ever warn you about going to dangerous places? As Dosu watched, the boy's eyes turned red. Didn't yours? Sasuke readied his kunai and signaled Sakura and Shino. Zaku stepped forward. Enough chit-chat. He raised his arms, supersonic air slice, and fired off a wave of destructive power. The ground where the three had been standing was torn apart. When the dust cleared, there was nothing left. Ha! Too easy. Blew those wimps away. Dosu eyed the scene. There was nothing left. Not even any blood or remains. Wait a minute. A fireball leapt out of a tree. It hit right in the middle of their group, and each sound ninja was forced to leap in a different direction. Sasuke quickly turned to his teammates. I'll get the mummy. Sakura tackled the girl. Shino, take the other guy. Move. The three members of Team 8 leapt out of the tree and into battle. Dosu was on his feet as Sasuke came flying in. He quickly got his right arm to block a kick aimed at his head. How did you know we were coming? Dosu asked. Sasuke smirked at him. My teammate had his little friends keeping watch. Little friends. But Sasuke's only answer was a stream of fire that forced Dosu to run. Shino landed a single punch on his opponent. He then quickly leapt back away from him and into the underbrush. Where the hell do you think you're going? Zaku fired off a blast from one arm. It toppled a tree but missed his enemy. Your aim leaves much to be desired, Shino said calmly, and leapt back further into the woods. You're not getting away. Zaku followed him into the woods. Kin threw some needles as Sakura closed in on her. She managed to avoid them and created 4 Bushin as she rushed on. Kin backed up and fired more needles. The Bushin were all eliminated, but the real Sakura landed a solid punch on her chin, knocking her down. Surrender, Sakura shouted as she stood over the older girl with a drawn kunai. Stupid girl. With a sweep of her legs she knocked Sakura over. Grabbing a kunai, she leapt on top of Sakura and tried to drive the blade into her chest. You think this is a game? Kin shouted at her. I'm going to kill you. Sakura caught Kin's right hand by the wrist. But Kin was sitting on her chest and had the advantage of leverage. She leaned forward and put both hands into driving her kunai down. Sakura had both her hands trying to stop it, but the kunai was slowly being driven towards her heart. This is really bad, Sakura thought in panic. Sasuke went straight in. Dosu took a wild swing at him. Being able to read his movements with the Sharingan, Sasuke had no problem at all avoiding the punch. You're too slow to hit me, Sasuke informed him. I don't need to hit you, Dosu replied. And as Dosu's gauntleted fist swung past, he felt a small tremor go through him. He suddenly began to vomit. He also lost his sense of balance and was only just able to stay on his feet. You're mine now. Dosu clocked him on the jaw and sent him flying back. Zaku came to a halt and looked desperately about. How could he have let that other ninja get away from him? He noticed more damn bugs on his sleeves and brushed them off again. For some reason this part of the forest seemed to be infested with bugs. They didn't bite, so they were just a nuisance, but still. His opponent with the high collar jacket and shades stepped out from behind a tree and began coming towards him. You are beaten, he said stoically. Zaku laughed. What world do you live in? With the idiot coming straight at him, he had him lined up perfectly. He lifted both arms to fire his waves, only to have nothing happen. What the? Shino caught him with a kick to the side of the head which sent him down. I am a bug master. While you have been chasing me, I have had my insects planted in you, draining you of your chakra. So you see that? Shino noticed his opponent was now unconscious, so further explanation was superfluous. He got out some rope to tie him up so he could return to his teammates. Despite all she could do, the tip of the kunai was now pressing into her skin. Sakura was about to scream out when she saw a flash of green and the girl was suddenly off her. What? Sakura-san, are you all right? She stared up at the oh-so-strange boy she had only met a few hours ago. Lee, what are you doing here? He smiled at her and held up a thumb. Sakura-san, I swore I would give my life to protect you. Fate has brought me here to aid you in your time of need. He was strange and bizarre and actually claimed to be in love with her. But she couldn't deny he really had saved her life. Thank you, Lee. Truly thank you. He seemed to blush a bit and gave her an actual bow. Sakura-san, I am only glad I was here to be of assistance. She saw that Sasuke was in trouble. Lee, can you help Sasuke please? He frowned on hearing that, but quickly nodded. Since you ask it, Sakura-san, then of course I will. He swiftly loosened the bandages around his arms. It was all Sasuke could do to avoid being hit again. His Sharingan showed him where the punches were coming, but his lack of balance was making him seriously clumsy and slow. Suddenly there was a green blur circling Dosu. "Please stand back, Sasuke, and I will deal with your enemy." He wasn't sure what was going on, but he nevertheless backed away. Lee caught Dosu with a perfect kick to his chin and sent him into the air. Leaping up after him, he came up behind and wrapped him tight in his bandages. "What are you doing?" a panicked Dosu asked. "I am ending this fight." He began to spiral downward. Forward lotus technique. Sasuke and Sakura both watched as the sound nin was slammed into the earth, with Lee leaping away at the last possible moment. It was certainly an impressive way to end the fight. XXXXXXXXXXX. Sasuke found that the mummy had the earth scroll they needed. Shino had returned and they could now make their way to the tower. That is once Lee got done bothering Sakura. Sakura gave him a happy smile. "Thank you again, Lee-kun. I know you didn't owe us anything, but your help made the difference. You're an amazing ninja." With that, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on his cheek. The boy blushed like a virgin girl. "Sakura-san, I will always be there to protect you when you need me." He smiled and held out his thumb. "It's a promise." "Thank you, Lee-kun, and I think you can call me Sakura-chan." He let out a sigh of pure delight. "Thank you, Sakura-chan. But now I must return to my team. I am sure I will see you at the tower." He gave her a bow and leapt away. Sasuke approached her. "What was that?" "Huh?" She looked at him in surprise. Sasuke was definitely looking the worse for wear. He still had a large bruise on his face from earlier, his clothes were torn, and he was dirty and sweaty. But most unusual of all, he actually seemed to be upset. "What do you mean?" He frowned at her. "What was the idea of letting him call you Chan and kissing him?" "He saved my life, Sasuke." She answered calmly. "I think that deserves a kiss on the cheek and my letting him call me Chan." "Well, I don't like him. I would have done fine against the mummy without any help, and I don't like seeing him near you." He sounded hot. Sakura stared at him. She couldn't remember ever seeing him so upset. "I kissed his cheek, Sasuke. Lee is no more than a friend. You are my boyfriend." A slow grin began to stretch across her face. "Are you jealous, Sasuke?" "Don't be ridiculous." Sasuke snapped. "I have nothing to be jealous of." She laughed. You are jealous." She sounded quite happy. "Oh, okay, we've got the scrolls we need, let's get going." He leapt away and his teammates were forced to follow him. As they leapt through the trees, Sasuke tried to figure just what the hell it was he was feeling. When he'd seen Sakura kiss the thick-browed freak, he'd been surprised to actually be bothered by it. It wasn't jealousy, of course. That was just not possible. No, definitely not possible. As they hurried towards the tower, Sakura couldn't help but keep a smile on her face. Chapter 26. It's been an interesting first day, huh? Enko asked. You could say that, her assistant chuckled. We've already got 3 squads in and 2 of them broke the old record. Yeah, not to mention the little fact that 2 of them are rookie squads from here. She smirked. It kind of makes you wonder what they're putting in the water at the academy. Whatever it is, I want some. Get in line. She looked considering. The squad from Suna made it here in just 97 minutes, busting the old record by over 4 hours. The rookie squad with the Yondaime's son and the Hyuga heiress got in just 40 minutes later. Then about 4 hours after that we got in the squad with the Uchiha and Aburame heirs. She shook her head. And it's still just the first day. Makes you wonder how many squads will get through. Yeah, by the time the Hokage arrives it might be really interesting. XXXXXXXXXXX. The tower in the middle of the forest was large and had plenty of rooms. Enough rooms that each participant was given a room of their very own. There was a cafeteria, a dojo, a courtyard, medical facilities, and even a pool. After opening their scrolls and having Iruka-sensei impart his message and good wishes, Team 7 had been given a quick tour, a hot meal, and assigned rooms. They were welcome to use the facilities and spend the next 4.5 days as they pleased. There were only 2 rules. No leaving the tower grounds and no fighting with the other teams. They saw Gaara's unit and exchanged very frosty, very formal greetings. Naruto and Gaara had a slight staring contest, but nothing came of it. They were outside doing some light training in the courtyard when Team 8 arrived. They seemed a bit beaten up, especially Sasuke. Naruto and his team had actually tried to talk to them, but Sasuke had gotten Team 8 moving with few words exchanged. Well, some things never change. Naruto muttered. Perhaps they are just tired, Naruto-kun. Hinata offered. Perhaps Sasuke is still as much of a jerk as ever. Naruto sighed. Come on team, it's late, let's get some sleep. XXXXXXXXXX. Late the following afternoon, to no one's surprise, Lee's team arrived. They were more social and agreed to sit down and have dinner with Team 7. Team 8 and the team from Suna remained aloof. You saved Sakura and Sasuke from some sound ninjas. Naruto was impressed. Yes, Naruto-san. Kami was merciful and put me at the right place at right time to save my beloved Sakura-chan. She thanked me and even rewarded me with a kiss on the cheek. Just a kiss on the cheek. Lee, you saved the girl's life. You should go knock on her door tonight and ask for a proper reward. Kiba hinted. Kiba. Hinata sounded scandalized and Tenten sent him an annoyed look. Kiba-san, I would never do such a thing. Lee stood up and sounded righteous. Please do not suggest such vile acts about my Sakura-chan. Easy Lee, easy. Naruto motioned for him to relax. Kiba is just having a little fun with you, that's all. Lee sat back down and they continued to eat. XXXXXXXXXXX. The next morning, to the shock of everyone from Konoha, Team 10 arrived. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, how did you guys make it here? Naruto asked, truly surprised to see them. Ino quickly did what she could to fix her hair. She also made a point to ignore Hinata's angry looks. Naruto-kun, I told you we were a great fighting squad. Under my leadership we used our superior stealth and took advantage of fortuitous events to successfully navigate the way here. Huh? Kiba asked, not even pretending to understand. Shikamaru translated. We spent most of our time hiding from everyone. Then we stumbled on the bodies of some leaf nins. He shook his head. Whoever killed them didn't even bother to take their heaven scroll. Then we got here as fast and carefully as we could. So basically you succeeded by sheer luck without really trying. Naruto said with a straight face. Pretty much. Shikamaru nodded. Shut up. Ino began beating Shika to a pulp. XXXXXXXXXXX. Late on the fourth day the sound team made it in. It was easy to see there were still some hard feelings between them, Team 8 and Lee. XXXXXXXXXX. On the morning of the fifth day the senseis all arrived. Yo. Naruto smiled. See Nisan, I told you we were ready. Yeah, we totally kicked ass. Kiba confirmed. You've all done a great job to get this far and I am truly proud of you, but you're not quite through these woods yet. Naruto sent him a flat look. What does that mean? Oh, maybe something but maybe nothing. Kakashi said happily. You know what's coming up next, don't you, Nisan? Naruto accused. I have a strong suspicion. Kakashi confirmed. Tell us then. No, I don't think I will. What? Why not? Kiba shouted. Because I think it's good that you're nervous and paranoid and ready for anything. Kakashi said cheerfully. And from stance he could not be begged or threatened. XXXXXXXXXXX. Why are we here exactly? Sasuke complained. Looking around, all the members of the four-leaf teams had come to the meeting Naruto has called in his room. I called this meeting because I want to share information with all of you. Naruto spoke seriously. We're all competitors fighting for the same prize. But we are still all leaf nins and I don't want any of you to be hurt or killed unnecessarily. I want to tell you what we saw the red-haired kid, Gaara, on the sand team do. He then related the events in gruesome detail. If any of you face him, don't try to fight him. You should either run away or try to surrender. I know all of your abilities and none of you would be able to defeat him. That is insulting. Neji snapped. Neji, Tenten spoke. Naruto is just trying to help. Perhaps you find the idea of being told you have no hope against an enemy acceptable. I do not. He faced Naruto angrily. Do you really expect me to run and hide just on your say-so? The very idea is disgraceful. Hey jerk, Naruto is trying to save your life. Kiba shouted. I am sorry, Naruto-san. Lee spoke up. But I must agree with Neji. I will not run away. I certainly won't run, Sasuke said. But I assume you will. No, Naruto said quietly. I think that of all of us here I'm the only one who can defeat him. Is that a fact? Sasuke said darkly. And why exactly are you the only one who can fight him? Let's just say I have something inside me that you don't. Naruto and Sasuke locked gazes. Enough of this, was there anything else? Neji asked. Not from me. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Care to share what you know about the sound ninjas? No, Sasuke said flatly. But Sasuke-kun, Naruto just shared what he knew. Why shouldn't we help our friends? Sakura said. Until this competition is over, Sakura, we have no friends, only competitors. Sakura looked troubled by this, but Neji nodded agreement. Naruto did what he did for his own reasons. We don't owe him anything. I disagree, said Shino. I will share information with the rest of you. Sasuke glared at him. As team leader, I say we keep everything locked up. Shino gave him a look. It is clear you can order Sakura about like a puppet. Sakura flinched hearing that in front of everyone. But you have no authority over me, you are not Kurenai-sensei. Logic suggests that your selfish actions will damage the goodwill we enjoy among our fellow Leaf Nins. Not to mention the fact that we remain Leaf Nins even now, and doing what is best for the village should remain our priority even now. Therefore logic suggests that we are best served by sharing information. Sasuke glared at the boy, but Shino failed to notice and began telling everyone what he had learned both directly and from teammates. XXXXXXXXXX. No other teams arrived prior to the deadline. We have a total of 6 teams and 18 competitors. Enko announced. So as per the rules we shall have some preliminaries to cut the numbers down to something more manageable. I see, Tsunade said. It's amazing that half the teams are rookie squads. Konoha should have some truly amazing ninja in its future. And one very great Hokage. XXXXXXXXXXX. They were all gathered together in a large underground arena. Look, Naruto the Hokage is here and all our senseis as well. Hinata pointed out. He noticed the way Kakashi and the others were looking at them. Hinata-chan, I have a very bad feeling about this. His godmother spoke for a bit about the meaning of the exams and on the friendship they fostered between the villages. But before she could begin to explain what the third phase of the exams would involve, a sickly-looking ninja stepped forward and asked to be allowed to take over the proceedings. In short order he was addressing them. My name is Hayate and I, am the proctor for the third and final phase of the exams. He coughed for a bit before continuing. Now I am afraid that before we do anything else we will have to have some preliminaries. What do you mean preliminaries? Ino demanded. Well, not to say the first 2 phases weren't difficult. But I am afraid the fact is there are simply too many of you still standing. The finals will be held before a number of important guests and we must keep the event fast moving. Therefore before any of you will be permitted to advance to the finals we will have some preliminaries to cut your numbers down by half. That got a loud reaction from them. That's not fair, Sakura shouted. If you are a ninja then you should already know that unfair situations are common. He coughed again. Now before we begin, does anyone wish to withdraw voluntarily? From here on out you are competing as individuals so you can make your choices without concern for your teammates. Would anyone like to withdraw? 18 silent glares were his only answer. Well, I'm not surprised. Well then the preliminaries will consist of a series of individual battles. The winners will move on to the finals. We don't want to have a bloodbath here, so if I see anyone in a hopeless situation I will stop the fight. But you shouldn't count on my intervention. To avoid death or serious injury you should yield the moment you feel yourself to be outmatched. He coughed. There was a loud noise as a massive screen was brought out. From this point on your fate will be in the hands of that screen. The names of 2 contestants will appear. Those 2 will then fight until there is a winner. As there are 18 of you we will have 9 matches. Now then let's begin. All eyes looked up to the screen, all the names flashed through until just 2 appeared. Sabaku Temari vs Uchiha Sasuke. Right off the bat Sasuke smiled. All right, everyone but the competitors please clear the arena floor. The competitors began heading for stairs that led to a walkway from which they could safely watch. Good luck Sasuke-kun, Sakura encouraged. Thanks Sakura-chan. Once she had left he looked over the blonde sand kunoichi he was going to fight. He grinned. I'll try not to hurt you. Temari gave him a very thin smile. Afraid I can't say the same. Sasuke had no doubts at all that he would win. The girl didn't even have a real weapon out. She was actually trying to fight him with a fan. Hayate shouted for him to begin. Temari leapt back to get some room but Sasuke remained where he was. Temari glared at him. Didn't you hear the proctor? The match has begun. Sasuke shrugged. I heard. I'm just trying to decide the easiest way to beat you without hurting you. Kankuro chuckled. Oh, he did not just say that. Temari's going to hurt him. Temari sent him a dangerous look. Oh, you think I'm no match for you, huh? Sasuke smirked. I'm an elite Uchiha no Kunoichi is a match for me. Naruto turned to Hinata. Oh, K, does he not remember you kicking his ass all those times at the academy? Hinata shrugged. I think his pride is getting the better of him. Temari opened her fan completely revealing 3 moons. All right, tough guy. I was going to stretch this thing out, but since you just insulted my entire gender, I'll make this quick and painful. She swung her fan. Great cyclone technique. A gigantic cyclone was instantly created and sped toward Sasuke. He leapt away but was too close and was pulled into it. Helpless, he was viciously spun about. The winds cut into him and he cried out in pain. Temari smiled as the cyclone then threw him down onto the hard stone floor. One for me, she said happily. Looking up to the walkway, she spotted Naruto and sent him a little wave. Hinata glared. Does every blonde girl you meet have to flirt with you? Naruto held up his hands. I didn't do anything. XXXXXXXXXXX. A team of medic nins were soon carrying Sasuke away on a stretcher. Sakura turned to leave. Sakura, what are you doing? Kurenai questioned sharply. I need to stay by his side. Sasuke-kun needs me. Sakura, he is unconscious and won't even know you're there. In any case, he is in good hands, your place is here. You can go be with him once the preliminaries are complete. Kurenai stated. But, Sakura, your duty is to stay here. Kurenai said sharply. Sakura bit her lip but nodded. XXXXXXXXXXX. The overhead screen began to scroll through names again. Hyuga Hinata vs Sabaku Kankuro. Naruto leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. For luck, he smiled at her. Kick his ass, Hinata-chan. Yeah, go get him. Kiba shouted. I will. Hinata smiled confidently and headed down the stairs. She and her opponent were soon opposing one another. You know, it's too bad. I would have liked to have faced your boyfriend. Kankuro said. No, you wouldn't have, she said with certainty. Byakugan. She only needed an instant and sent him a smile. I know your secret. Hayate signaled them to begin. Hinata immediately ran towards him. As they closed over the top of him. As she landed behind him, she quickly tapped the large bandaged shape that was carried on his back half a dozen times. The results were instantaneous. Kankuro collapsed to the ground. There was a howl, not of pain but of disbelief. The bandages began to come loose and Kankuro stood up. What did you do? She smiled and dropped into a proper Juken fighting stance. I shut down the chakra point that I saw you were using to control your puppet. I'm a member of the Hyuga clan and my Byakugan gives me the ability to see chakra, and my gentle fist fighting style lets me close chakra points. Now do you want to give up or should I continue? Kankuro's reply was a yell and a leap towards her. He made the same basic assumption most people did on first meeting Hinata. They saw a small quiet girl and assumed she could not be much of a close-in fighter. Hinata very quickly showed him how wrong he was. In short order, Kankuro was down on the floor next to his disguised puppet. As Hayate declared her the winner, there was a loud clear cry. That's my girlfriend, Naruto shouted. Hinata covered her mouth and giggled as she headed for the stairs. XXXXXXXXXXX. Tenten vs Akamichi Chouji. Choji took on his human boulder form and promptly tried to run Tenten down. This tactic was doomed to failure though. Tenten quite simply leapt onto the wall and stayed there. Choji could not climb walls in his boulder form and so was left with no way to reach her. For Tenten, the challenge was not winning but in doing it in a non-lethal way. So she waited patiently for him to finally end his jutsu. The moment he did, she threw down a perfect circle of kunai around him. Please surrender, Choji, Tenten called down. I don't want to hurt you but I will if you don't give up. You might want to consider it, Hayate said. Choji eyed the kunai buried into the stone and nodded. All right, I give. Yata, Lee and Guy shouted together. Neji shook his head in embarrassment. XXXXXXXXXX. Namikaze Naruto vs Abumi Zaku. Hinata leaned over and kissed him. For luck, she said. You remember what Shino said about his abilities? Naruto nodded. Yeah, he's strictly a long-range type. You know his abilities? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. What are they? Naruto smiled at him. You know Nissan, I could tell you, but I don't think I will. Hinata giggled and Kiba laughed out loud as Naruto leapt off the walkway. Kick his ass, Naruto. Kiba shouted. Go get him, Naruto-kun. The two of them faced off. I'm going to hurt you, kid. Zaku tried to sound mean. Naruto smiled. Oh please, you couldn't even deal with Shino. Begin. Hayate called. Naruto leapt back and worked his favorite jutsu. Zaku lined him up and fired off a blast from both arms, but Naruto was moving too fast for him to get a beat on. And then there were literally 100 of him all around the arena floor. The original stood back and watched. Zaku took out a few clones before they could reach him, but once they did it was all over. And as Naruto headed back up the stairs he laughed as he heard a loud cry. That's my boyfriend. XXXXXXXXXX. Rock Lee vs Aburame Shino. For Shino, Lee was about the worst opponent he could have drawn. His attack was using his Kikai bugs to drain an opponent of chakra and thus leave him without the ability to use jutsus. Unfortunately, this tactic was worthless against an opponent unable to even mold chakra. Rock Lee took the fight straight to Shino. Shino's taijutsu was good but not anywhere near Lee's. Lee was able to win quickly and without revealing any of his secrets. XXXXXXXXXXX. INUZUKU Kiba vs Dosu. Kiba. Naruto shouted. Let's make it a clean sweep. The whole team in the finals. Hell yeah. Kiba yelled and Akamaru barked. No way am I losing to this guy. Kiba, Hinata spoke. Remember what Shino said about his abilities. If he even gets near you with that glove you will be in trouble. He grinned excitedly. Don't worry, Hinata. I've got it covered. He leapt down to the floor eager to go. As he did so he fed Akamaru a soldier pill and watched his fur become red. No way am I missing the finals with Naruto and Hinata. We're going all out from the start, Akamaru. When the match began he immediately ran through a jutsu Haku had taught everyone on Team 7. Hiding mist technique. So much better than smoke bombs. With his opponent blinded he performed another jutsu in coordination with Akamaru. Man-beast doppelgangers technique. Two beast-like Kibas appeared in the thick fog. Kiba called out. Hey you, sound ninja. Any chance you want to surrender? Of course not. An angry voice replied. Your funeral then. With his sense of smell it was child's play for Kiba and his dog to sneak up on Dosu and attack him at will then disappear into the fog. The two of them moved too fast and with too much surprise for Dosu to be able to do anything with his glove. When Dosu finally went down for good Kiba dispelled the mist and was named the winner. Naruto turned to Kakashi. See Nissan, we're all going to the final phase. Kakashi smiled and felt an unbelievable pride in this squad. So you are. Dinner is on me tonight. Damn right it is. Kiba yelled happily. Team 7 to the finals. XXXXXXXXXXX. Don't keep me waiting, Gaara whispered, hearing that his two siblings inched away from him. Having to stand there and watch all the fighting, his bloodlust was on the rise. They knew that when Gaara started talking to himself it was a bad sign. They looked up at the sign above. Hyuga Neji vs Sabuku Gaara. Finally, he teleported to the arena floor in a swirl of sand. Baki, Temari, and Kankuro all looked at each other nervously. Neji grinned eager to go. Rock Lee and Mito Guy were also eager. Guy early wanted to match his eternal rival by sending his full squad onto the next round. Tenten was the only one who had doubts. Now she was looking down at the face of Neji's opponent and the doubts were rising. She turned to her teammate, the boy she had feelings for. Neji, maybe you should forfeit. All three males stared at her as if she were insane. You could always take the exam again in 6 months. Neji shook his head. You don't actually expect me to forfeit because of what Naruto said to you. But if what he said was true, how can you get through his sand? It sounds like he has an ultimate defense. Every defense can be defeated. Neji said with certainty. Even if he was strong enough to kill some rain nins, that does not mean I am going to run and hide. Tenten, you cannot expect Neji to just give up, can you? Lee said in shock. Guy shook his head in disappointment. Yosh. Tenten, where is your fire of youth? Where is your faith in Neji's abilities? Do not speak of doubts but give him your full support. She knew it was useless to argue with him. So she did the next best thing. She quickly leaned forward and kissed his cheek. For luck, she said quietly. She could feel herself blush. She had never done anything near that forward. Neji looked at her and had a tiny little grin on his lips. Thank you. He leapt down. Naruto frowned. Good luck Neji, he said fervently. He didn't like the look in Gaara's eyes. Do your best big brother Neji. Hinata called out. Is that sand coming out of that gourd? Kakashi asked. Yeah it is, Naruto said. He wondered what Neji would be able to do. The two of them faced off. They both eyed one another in silence until they received the signal to begin. Byakugan, Neji spoke and moved in to strike his enemy's chakra points. But as he tried to strike, the sand rose up to block him. The first time he backed up and took another look at the sand. There was chakra in it. But there was nothing to indicate how he was controlling it. Are you just going to stand there? Gaara called out without interest. He was standing with his arms crossed and in the exact spot he had started in. He had not moved an inch. Neji gritted his teeth and rushed in again. He tried an entire series of strikes, but each one was blocked. Though he did not know it yet, it was hopeless, for his attacks lacked the one element that might have allowed some degree of success: blinding speed. But he was the genius of the Hyuga clan and he was unwilling to simply give up. Not without using his most powerful technique. 8 trigrams 64 palms. He launched himself against Gaara with all the speed and power he could muster. And it did him no good at all. My turn, Gaara said. The sand reached with a frightening swiftness and took hold of Neji by his legs. He was whipped around and slammed hard into the wall. Neji cried out in pain. The sand took hold of him again and again. He was thrown against the wall. As this happened, Gaara slowly smiled wider and wider. Neji, give up, Tenten screamed. She rounded on Lee and Guy. What's wrong with you? He can't win. Tell him to give up. Lee and Guy both looked at each other. Guy looked at what was happening. It was not a battle, it was simply a beating. Neji, Guy called out. It is over, admit defeat. Seeing Guy do so, Lee quickly joined in. What is he doing? Hinata screamed. For all his many insults and condescension over the years, he was still her cousin and she still loved him. Stop it. Naruto tightened his grip around the bars. Kakashi-sensei, can you stop this? It's not my place to, he said. Hayate called out. Neji, do you want to forfeit? Neji spat out blood and shook his head. I'm sorry Neji. Stop, the match is over. Gaara is the winner. Stop. Oh thank Kami. Tenten shouted in relief. Thank goodness. Hinata spoke. Wait, what he is doing? The sand began to cover Neji entirely from the neck down. Gaara, don't do it. Baki screamed. The match is over, stop. Kankuro and Temari were both looking on in horror. They knew. Tsunade was leaning forward. What is he doing? It's over. Let him go. You've won the match. Hayate yelled. Gaara licked his lips and began to make a fist. Naruto had a sick feeling in his stomach. I think he's exploding. Sand funeral. There was a deluge of blood on the arena floor. Chapter 27. Gabella was humming a happy tune as she was leaving the Uchiha compound. Sasuke spotted her as he was returning from dinner. He smirked. So cousin, what's with the dress and your hair being up? You like it? She primped a bit. Sensei invited me to a celebration at the Namikaze estates. The answer immediately soured Sasuke's mood. You're going to a party there? Seeing that only made Gabella nod happily. So what are they celebrating? Gabella smiled. The author received 1,000 reviews. Sasuke chuckled. Don't be a baka. There's no such thing as an author. Gabella looked at him in panic. Jerk or not, he was still her cousin. Sasuke, do not mock a higher power. Seeing her panic brought a smile to his lips. I repeat, there is no such thing as an author. Gabella stared at him. Sasuke, if you mock him once more, you will surely suffer a terrible curse for your insolence. There is no such thing as an author. He shouted out. Gabella took a couple steps away from him and looked about worriedly. Sasuke crossed his arms and grinned at her. See, I didn't get struck by lightning, I don't see a plague of frogs, and I'm not covered in boils. So much for that. Oh Sasuke-kun. A happy voice called De from behind him. Sasuke turned around to see Sakura approaching him. What are you doing here, Sakura? She laughed and held up her left hand to him. Silly. Where else would I be but with my husband? On the ring finger of her left hand was a simple band of gold. Husband. He looked at his own left hand and sure enough he wore a matching ring. Told you. Gabella sighed and left to go to the party. XXXXXXXXXX. He hadn't thought Gaara would actually do it. Not until the very last second. To blatantly commit murder with the Hokage and over a dozen leaf ninjas watching. It was insane. He honestly hadn't thought Gaara would do it. So Naruto had watched with everyone else as Neji's body began to be crushed. There was a green flash that struck the sand and scattered it into the air as Neji screamed. Then all hell broke loose. Neji! Tenten cried out and launched herself into the air. In a heartbeat she fired off a dozen kunai and other blades all aimed at Gaara's throat or head. His sand rose to block and a stream of it shot into the air to grab her. But before it could reach her, Asuma had thrown himself into it and scattered it. You bastard! Naruto howled and felt rage flaring up. His katana was out and he leapt over the rail. But a hand grabbed him by the collar and hauled him back. Naruto, stop! Kakashi yelled and got both arms around him. Let go of me! He heard Hinata screaming and it killed him inside. Naruto, calm down or the red chakra will appear. In any case, look. Naruto looked down to the arena floor. Gaara was surrounded by a dozen Anbu that no one had known were even there. Guy had caught Neji before he could hit the ground and had carefully laid him down as he screamed for the medics. Tsunade was immediately kneeling over Neji. Tenten was crying and screaming his name, but Guy was now holding her to give the Hokage and the other medics room. He's alive but in critical condition, get him to the emergency room now. Tsunade shouted. The medic team had him on a stretcher and going in a heartbeat. Meanwhile the sand had retreated and was simply surrounding Gaara, who now suddenly seemed calm again. Kakashi leaned towards Naruto's ear and whispered. Let the Hokage and the Anbu handle it. Hinata needs you right now. Naruto looked at her. She was staring at the scene below and crying. She needed him. All right. Kakashi carefully let him go. Naruto nicked his hand and put his sword in its scabbard without bothering to clean it. He took a hold of Hinata and pulled her to him so that she was no longer looking down at the arena floor. Hinata-chan. Hinata gladly accepted his comfort and buried her head into his shoulder. Why? She cried out. Because that Gaara is a psychopath. No rational person would have done that here. Those words would not have comforted her, and so he merely held her and promised he would not let her go. XXXXXXXXXX. One look at the body had told her it was bad. And it was. The arms, legs, ribs had all been crushed and there was severe internal damage as well. Much of his blood had been lost and he would need an immediate transfusion to even survive going into surgery. She looked at the blood on her hands. Horrible memories flashed back into her mind and she felt just a little queasy. She shook her head. She couldn't let it bother her. She would have to be the one to try and save his life. She would leave the proceedings to Hayate and go to the emergency room. But first she looked at the one who had done this. Gaara was standing there with his arms crossed and looking unconcerned, almost bored. He was surrounded by a dozen very anxious Anbu as well as Hayate with his sword drawn and Asuma. Guy and his team were gone. They had all followed the medics. Tsunade ground her teeth. She hated pointless deaths. The deaths that had come during the second phase were awful enough. But this. Why did you try and kill Neji? She demanded. Hayate had declared you the winner. Why did you feel the need to almost murder him? Gaara looked at her without concern. I did it because I felt like it. He answered matter-of-factly. She could see every one of her ninjas stiffen at that. Hayate snarled and Asuma clenched his fists. All she had to do was give the word and they would attack the boy gladly. Hokage-san, the boy's sensei approached her very carefully. He immediately fell to one knee in a pose of abject surrender. His two students followed his example. I beg forgiveness for my student's actions. He has always been one with a strong temper and bloodlust. I assure you that I and his father the Kazekage shall offer you our sincerest apologies and will gladly offer restitution for this act. I know who his father is. She snapped, and don't insult me by suggesting you can buy us off. This was not an accident and this was not a mistake. This was a deliberate act. If that's how you feel, Gaara spoke calmly. Then just go ahead and attack me. I'll kill you all. Hearing those words, Naruto glared down at the red-haired boy. But there was nothing he could do while Hinata cluing to him. Baki looked at his student. Gaara, in the name of the Kazekage, be silent. Gaara sent his sensei a hooded look, but did not speak further. Baki turned back to the Hokage sweating. Hokage-san, I understand that your anger must be great, as is our sorrow for what has been done. But you cannot punish him for almost killing during the exams. Loss of life is a part of the exams and all. The participants are made aware of the fact. Loss of life in the course of these exams is a tragedy. But this was something else entirely. She took a very deep shuddering breath. Your student deserves to be executed on the spot, or the very least arrested for what he has done. But that would violate the agreements made by all the villages who participate in these exams. However, for this callous act one disqualified him from these exams. Hokage-san, you cannot do that. The case cage. To hell with the case cage. Tsunade screamed at him. You can tell your case cage that his son is not a ninja, he is a murdering animal. Baki stared at her, such words were enough to incite wars. You may also tell him that he is no longer welcome here. And that specifically includes the upcoming finals. You are barring the case cage from entering Konoha. Baki sounded stunned. That's right. And be very glad I hate war, or I would be severely tempted to begin one. As it is, we will not make war on you or end our treaty obligations. But neither will we permit him to enter this village as a friend. She looked at Temari. As Temari has earned a place in the finals, I will not deny her that, and you as her sensei may accompany her. But I want Gaara to leave immediately. That is a severe insult. Baki pointed out. So is trying to murder one of my people in front of me. And just so you know, Gaara is banned from this village under penalty of death. Should he ever step foot in Konoha again, he will be killed on sight. Now I'll give him 1 hour to leave the village. I suggest you help him get packed. She began to walk swiftly away. Now if you'll excuse me, I am needed in surgery. With no real choice, Baki bowed his head and carefully led Gaara and the others out. XXXXXXXXXXX. Though no one really wanted it, there were still 2 more preliminaries to be fought. Before that could happen, the blood had to be cleaned up. Guy and his team had camped out in a waiting area near the emergency room. Hinata and Naruto soon joined them. Once the arena was ready again, the final 2 matches took place. Ino managed to defeat Kin, while Shikamaru was able to use his shadow jutsu to capture and defeat a distracted Sakura. Hayate decided to go ahead and draw the names for the final matches out of a hat. They would be Naruto vs Lee, Shikamaru vs Temari, Kiba vs Tenten, and Hinata vs Ino. But for the time being, most people had other things on their minds. XXXXXXXXXXX. A few miles outside of Konoha, Baki signaled for a halt. Temari had been left in the village to continue to train. Baki had felt it to be his duty to escort Gaara and Kankuro back and make a personal report to the case cage. Baki looked at Gaara and reminded himself to keep his anger in check. He was one of the very few people that Gaara had never threatened to kill. That didn't mean he could say anything he wanted. Gaara, do you have any idea what you have done? You have put years of careful preparation into complete chaos. The plan has been ruined. Now the case cage must decide whether to come up with a new battle plan or else abandon this war altogether. And that is to say nothing of the fact that the Leaf Nins will be more alert now. Gaara looked at him calmly. So what? I have never cared what the case cage wanted. Whether we go to war or not, it's all the same to me. Now let's go. He leapt away. Baki swallowed a curse. But what could he do? Not even the case cage could really make Gaara do anything he didn't want to. What a mess. He muttered to himself. XXXXXXXXXX. Sasuke lay in his hospital bed staring up at the ceiling. There were already a number of flowers. His mom, uncle, cousin Gabella, and a bunch of others had come to see him. They had all assured him, except for Gabella, that losing in the preliminaries prior to the final round was still excellent for a rookie. Ryuki seemed to have no doubt at all that he would make Chunin next time. His uncle was proud of him. Sasuke shut his eyes. He was certain his uncle's opinion would change if he knew the real truth. He entered the exams confident that he would show everyone his power. Instead, he's had his weakness rubbed into his face. Lee had beaten him before the exams even started. Dosu had caught him by surprise and he'd been in trouble until Lee came to his rescue. And then that girl from Sand had crushed him with one move. All these defeats could only lead to one conclusion: he was weak. How can I save this village? How can I avenge my father when I am so weak? The door to his room opened and a visitor with some flowers entered. Hello Sasuke, I heard you were here and I wanted to come by and give you my best wishes. Sasuke frowned. Thanks for the flowers. But I don't really feel like company. Sakura had been there for over 2 hours until a nurse finally convinced her he was alright and really would be released tomorrow. Kabuto smiled and found a spot for the flowers. Really? I was rather hoping we could finish the chat we were having before. Sasuke shook his head. You couldn't even pass the second phase of the exams. What could you possibly know about acquiring the sort of power I need? Oh come now Sasuke. Surely you know that appearances can be deceptive. He thought about Temari and felt a spark of anger. I also know something about talk being cheap. If you really did have a way to get a whole lot of power you wouldn't be as weak as you are. So you need a demonstration? Kabuto asked. Yeah, if you want me to believe what you're saying show me something. Kabuto gave him a considering look. All right. He removed his glasses. I don't normally do this but I'll show you my real face. Huh. And there standing before him Kabuto let his old blood rise up and showed him what he really was. Sasuke gasped and tried to crawl back from him. What are you? Kabuto ended the transformation just as quickly as he had begun it. He carefully put his glasses back on. Scary, huh? He asked pleasantly. Sasuke stared at him. What are you? He repeated. I'm much more than I appear. If I wanted to I could have easily completed the second phase and be in the finals. Had I wished it I could be a Jonin right now. Then why aren't you? Kabuto smiled. My master prefers that I remain hidden. Your master? Sasuke asked curious. Kabuto nodded happily. Yes, he is a one-of-a-kind genius. A ninja of incredible intellect and power. He could give you what you seek. Kabuto's grin seemed hard. For a price of course. You have a master. Sasuke said. Does the Hokage know about this master you serve? Kabuto laughed. No, and if you were to go to her with what I've told and shown you, you could get me into serious trouble. But then you would never acquire the power you crave so badly. Don't try to blackmail me Sasuke. It's rude and completely unnecessary. I want to help you. He gave him a wave of the hand and turned to go. Well I'm glad we got to talk some more. Wait, you're leaving? Kabuto nodded. That's right, but what about me acquiring more power? And I want to know who this master of yours is. Oh, we'll talk again. But right now the timing isn't right. Be patient for a bit. All good things to those who wait. With that Kabuto left. Sasuke leaned back into the pillows. What Kabuto had shown him had indeed been scary. It had also been very interesting. The idea of a master ninja who could impart great power to others sounded like something from a story. He knew that there was bound to be a high price for it. But he was ready to pay any price for the power he needed. XXXXXXXXXX. After 6 hours the doors to the emergency room opened and a tired Tsunade stepped out. Guy, Tenten, Lee, Hinata, and Naruto all jumped to their feet. Hokage-sama, Tenten burst out. How is he? She did not smile but she did nod her head. He's going to live, she sighed. But he will never be a ninja again. What? Guy cried out. But Lady Tsunade you are the world's top medical expert. Surely there must be a way. Guy. Tsunade cut him off sharply. If you think I am the world's top medical expert then don't you think I know what I'm talking about? Do you think I would say such things lightly? She stopped and took a breath. I am sorry I snapped at you, the surgery was extremely difficult. The important thing is that he will live. But he will never regain the mobility or stamina needed to be a ninja. Hokage-sama I am sorry but I do not believe you. I believe that if Neji works hard he can one day fully recover and again be a great ninja. Lee spoke up. Tsunade looked at him sadly. Lee that is a wonderful attitude to have but I am afraid that there are limits to what the body can do, no matter how strong your will is. Can we see him? Tenten asked. No I am afraid not. He will be unconscious for some time. I am having him transferred to Konoha Hospital. You will be able to visit him there once he is out of intensive care. XXXXXXXXXXX. It was well past midnight by the time they were able to get back home. Naruto escorted Hinata home before returning to his. He was not surprised to find his mom there waiting for him despite the hour. You heard about Neji? Naruto asked. Kushina nodded. Hiashi received a message and he told me. It's a terrible thing. Naruto nodded very tired. It is. Hinata's a wreck. Just be glad that he at least survived. Naruto nodded and headed off to bed. It had started as such a good day too. He went to sleep wondering if he would meet Gaara again one day. He very much hoped that he would. Chapter 28. This mission report reads like a damn fairy tale. Tsunade growled. Why are you bothering to protect her? It's obvious who's to blame for this. Tsunade shouted. I agree. Kushina said simply. As I was the mission leader, I alone am responsible for the failure of this mission. I accept whatever punishment you deem correct. For Kushina, facing down the anger of her old friend was a unique experience. But she bore it well enough. To look at her face, no one would ever guess that her supreme leader was upset with her. Tsunade could feel the vein in her forehead about ready to explode. No, Kushina, the fault lies with me for giving that girl another chance. Whatever her potential, Gabella is a washout. She simply lacks the strength of will to be kunoichi. I should never have forced her on you. It's a shame, but there it is. You can consider the experiment over. You can keep training Haku as your apprentice until a position on a team opens somewhere. Are you breaking your word then? Kushina asked. Tsunade gave her a sharp look. For ninja, questioning one's honor was a serious insult. Don't give me that crap, Kushina. I made a mistake and now I'm going to fix it. Why are you trying to protect her? Because I am her sensei. I owe her my protection and guidance. I accepted this assignment with the understanding that it would last for 6 months. It has only been 3 weeks. Do you honestly want her for a full 6 months, Kushina? You are her third sensei since she left the academy. The other 2 couldn't reach her. What makes you think you can? She thought about that. She took a glance at the clock on the wall. It was a little before 11:30 in the morning. You said she did not have the strength of will to be at kunoichi. Let me test that. Give me until 12 noon tomorrow to tell you whether or not I want to keep her for the full 6 months. Tsunade frowned. Why are you so stubborn about this? It's not your fault that she is a poor ninja. Kushina answered in a quiet voice. Minato used to say that there were no poor ninjas, only poor captains. I owe it to her to at least try my very best to help. Fine then, do your test and come see me again tomorrow. XXXXXXXXXX. Outside the Hokage's office, the 2 other members of Team Kushina waited. Gabella sat in the uncomfortable wooden chair staring glumly at the doors to the Hokage's office. At one and the same time she wanted those doors to open so she could end this horrible suspense, but she was also dreading the moment. The condemned awaits the judgment. This could really be it. How could I have been so stupid? Are you all right, Gabella? Haku asked from the seat next to hers. No, I'm really not. She let out a sigh. You know this is probably going to be goodbye, kid. What do you mean? He suddenly looked alert. I mean, I screwed up really bad this time, and I doubt I'll still be on a team with you. Hell, I'll be lucky if I'm still a ninja by the end of the day. She said morosely. It was a failed mission. Hake agreed. But was it truly so terrible? No one died. The doors opened. Not yet. Gabella muttered under her breath. Kushina strode out of the office and the 2 of them came to their feet. Kushina's face was absolutely blank. Gabella could get no read on her at all. She found that a hell of a lot scarier than just seeing the woman angry like she had been before. Haku, you are dismissed for the day. Gabella, come with me. Kushina spoke in a normal voice. Kushina-sama, what are you going to do with Gabella? She's going to punish me for being such a screw-up. Gabella said quietly. I am going to introduce her to an old custom from Whirlpool Country. Kushina answered, ignoring Gabella's comment. Huh, Gabella said. May I come with you? Haku asked. Kushina shook her head. I don't think Gabella would want you to see this. But I want to support her in her hour of need. He turned to his teammate. Do you want me to come along? Gabella just looked down at him for a moment. Then she chuckled. Sure, why not? Everyone else gets to see what a mess I am. Why shouldn't you get to enjoy the show too? Kushina frowned a bit and honestly wondered if Tsunade wasn't right. XXXXXXXXXXX. She led them out of the tower and towards the training grounds. They walked in silence. Gabella wondered what her punishment would be. That this was a punishment she had no doubt. She deserved to be punished. Why do I always screw up? Kushina led them out to training ground 39. It was one of the least used training grounds and the furthest from the village but within the walls. She took them to a clearing. It was summer and the sun was beating down hot. Kushina nodded to herself once. Then she turned to Gabella. Do you know why we were summoned to the Hokage's office? She said pleasantly. Gabella looked to the ground. We failed our mission, she answered quietly. Look at me when you address me, Kushina said in that same upbeat tone. She waited as Gabella's eyes slowly came up. What was our mission? Gabella sighed. Lord Kazumori had brought his prize stallion with him to the village to be entered in some of the races. We were to provide security and make sure the horse was kept safe. That's right, a relatively simple and straightforward C rank. What were my instructions to you? She swallowed. I was to stay in the barn and watch the horse for 8 hours or until I was relieved. If anything suspicious occurred, I was to contact you immediately by radio. Were my instructions clear? Yes, Gabella answered in a small voice. At the time you received them, did you feel they were beyond your ability to carry out? No. Her eyes lowered again. She instantly felt Kushina's hand on her chin and her face pushed up again. Kushina leaned in until she was almost nose to nose. Her green eyes were angry. Eyes on me. Kushina spat out. Her tone was no longer friendly, though it was not as hot as it had been this morning. Did you carry out my orders? No, the girl said miserably. And why not? She dry swallowed. I was bored and I wanted to watch some of the races. What a weak, pathetic excuse. You were bored and wanted to watch some of the races. It sounded even more pathetic when Kushina said it. You disobeyed a direct order because you were bored. She finally let go of Gabella's chin and pulled her head back. In a ninja's world, those who violate the rules and fail to follow orders are lower than garbage. Gabella flinched at the harsh words. Kushina glanced at Haku. While it is true that you are not mindless drones and there are times when orders should be broken, it must be for a much better reason than boredom. You deserted your post for no better reason than that. Kushina gave her no chance to answer. How long were you away watching the races? About 15 minutes. And what did you find when you finally sauntered back to your post? Gabella hesitated. I asked you a question, Genin. The horse was dead, Gabella said in a small voice. Kushina put a hand to her ear. I am sorry, what was that again? She took a deep breath. The horse was dead, she repeated at a normal volume. The horse was dead, Kushina said flatly, though he was just a bit more than a regular plow horse. That horse was Lord Kazumori's pride and joy, a one-of-a-kind thoroughbred racing champion. Lord Kazumori is a wealthy and important man with many business interests. Every year he spends millions on ninjas for all sorts of missions. He has informed the Hokage that he will never hire another leaf nin. Because you willfully disobeyed my orders and abandoned your post, this village has suffered a huge financial loss. Kushina let the words hang in the air and simply glared at the kunoichi for a bit. The silence was allowed to stretch out until Gabella couldn't stand it. Am I being stripped of shinobi status? Gabella asked. For her that was a fate quite literally worse than death. That was the Hokage's intention. I managed to dissuade her, for right now at least. Gabella was surprised. You stood up for me with the Hokage. I am your sensei, Gabella. Even when I am upset with you, you remain my student and I owe you all the help I can give you. Thank you, sensei. Gabella said humbly. She had expected Kushina to be screaming for her head. Kushina looked her over. Why do you want to be a ninja? Kushina no longer sounded angry, though there was a bit of exasperation to her tone. Whenever someone suggests you give up being shinobi, you dig in your heels. Yet you refuse to give anything near your best effort. Are you a ninja just solely to spite your family? No. I want to be ninja to earn my family's respect. I want my father and everyone else in the clan to look at me and be proud of me. Gabella spoke with real passion. Then why do you give such a poor effort? Kushina sounded truly frustrated. When you tell me why you want to be a ninja, I believe you. Yet if it is your dream to earn your family's respect, you must work hard to make that dream come true. My son dreams of being Hokage, a ninja named Rock Lee dreams of proving to people that you can be a splendid ninja even without jutsus. Both of them strive every single day and work hard to make their dreams come true. Why don't you? Can you explain it to me, Gabella? Can you make me understand? She sighed. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm such a screw-up. Kushina took her sword out and she flinched. Sensei, what is that for? Do you have any water or food on you? Kushina asked. What? Do you have any water or food in your possession right now? I have my canteen with me. No food though. Toss me your canteen please. Not sure what was going on, Gabella unhooked it from her belt and tossed it to her. Kushina took her katana and put the tip in the soft soil. She began to walk around Gabella as she watched. Do you know what a ninja is, Gabella? She watched as her sensei walked around her dragging her sword through the dirt. Someone able to perform jutsus. No. Kushina continued to walk around her. Someone who is well trained in killing. No, killing is merely something we do but not who we are. Kushina had finished drawing a circle with a 5-foot radius around Gabella. She wiped the dirt from her blade and returned it to its scabbard. A ninja is one who endures. That is what defines us. A true ninja is one who stands firm and endures no matter what. Even in the face of death or the loss of everything, a ninja will endure and go on. For she must have the spirit and guts to never give up. Do you have that inside of you, Gabella? Because if you do not, there is no point in you continuing this. She performed 3 hand signs, then drove 2 fingers into the circle she had just made. There was a soft golden flash and the light seemed to run along the small gouge in the earth. Seal. What did you just do, sensei? Gabella asked nervously. I am going to test your endurance. This is an old tradition from my homeland. It was actually part of my academy graduation test. Whirlpool was a small and poor land, we did not have resources to waste. Every ninja had to prove they were truly committed before they were granted a Hite. I am giving you a test to see if you were really committed to being a ninja. She had a bad feeling about this. What sort of test? It's simple, you must remain in that circle for the next 24 hours. No food, no water, and no leaving the circle. If you leave that circle before, she checked her watch. 11:44 tomorrow morning you are done as a ninja. But Kushina-sama. Surprisingly it was Haku who protested. It's the middle of summer and you're not going to give her any water. Kushina shook her head. No, the thirst and hunger are a part of the test. She set down Gabella's canteen directly in front of her about 15 feet away. She may grow extremely thirsty and hungry but she will not die in just one day. She looked at Gabella. I will stand up for you and fight for you, but you have to show me you truly want this. Gabella slowly nodded. I understand, sensei. But Kushina-sama. Haku, Gabella said quietly. Please don't argue with her on my behalf. I'll accept my punishment without complaint. Kushina shook her head. This isn't punishment, this is a test of your commitment. Of course, sensei. XXXXXXXXXXX. She checked her watch. It had been 20 minutes since Kushina and Haku had left her alone. Only 20 minutes. It felt a whole lot longer. She ran her coat sleeve over her forehead, she was already sweating. She was already getting thirsty. She looked over to her canteen. Of course Kushina had left it behind, so near and yet so far. She went ahead and pulled off her dark blue jacket and sat down in the dirt. What an unbelievably miserable day. XXXXXXXXXXX. She stood there feeling sick as Kushina did a diagnostic jutsu on the animal. The mocha-colored stallion was lying on its side in its stall unmoving. The horse's eyes had rolled up into this head and there was a tiny trickle of blood from the mouth. Kushina rose to her feet and came over to her, thunderbolts in her eyes. The stallion is dead. Gabella, what happened? Kushina demanded, angrier than Gabella had ever seen before. Nothing happened, I swear. I found him like that. Kushina leaned forward and put her face into Gabella's. What do you mean, found him like that? Was he acting sick? Did he just fall over? Did anyone else enter the barn? She began feeling very nervous and kept trying to calm down without much success. Nothing happened. Kushina's eyes flattened and if it was possible she seemed to get even angrier. You are lying to me. Gabella, tell me everything right now and if I think you're fudging or leaving anything out I'm sending you to Ibiki for interrogation. She didn't doubt the threat for a second. She swallowed. I wasn't here when it happened. What do you mean you weren't here? Where were you? Well, I sort of got bored and really didn't think anything would happen so I went over to the track for a little bit just to see a race. But I swear I wasn't gone more than 15 minutes. Kushina pulled her face back and stared at her in disbelief. You disobeyed my orders and abandoned your post because you were bored. Kushina shook her head. Do you have any idea the sort of trouble you are in? I just. Shut up. Kushina screamed and Gabella wisely clamped down her mouth. If you say anything more I just might have to do something I'm going to regret. Get out of here. Go to the tower lobby and wait for me there. I have to go explain to Lord Kazumori that his prize stallion was poisoned under our watch. XXXXXXXXXX. I don't blame her for punishing me like this. I deserve it. This isn't like the push-ups. I was stupid and that poor animal died because of it. Why? Why do I always do such stupid things? She looked up at the sun. It was just hanging there in the sky beating down mercilessly on her. She looked at her watch. It was 24 minutes since they had left her. This is going to be a long day. She muttered. XXXXXXXXXX. 3 hours. The sun was still high up in the western sky and she was really thirsty now. She was also very, very bored. She shut her eyes and decided to play a game with herself. She had decided that today was the worst day of her life. She would go through and pick some of the other worst days. XXXXXXXXXXX. She stood in her father's study waiting for him. She always hated the waiting. It was a way for him to remind her that she really wasn't that important to him. He would deal with her in his own time whenever that might be. The door opened and her father entered. He gave her one of his cold looks she knew so well. He wasn't a screamer or a shouter. When he was upset he withdrew. He stood behind his desk and looked at her. Your sensei has asked you to be removed from your squad. This is the second time, Gabella. I know, father. She answered quietly. You are a disgrace to the entire clan and to me. His words were crisp and without feeling. She wasn't even worth getting angry about. I intend to inform the Hokage that I and the clan wash our hands of you. Whether or not you are ever placed on another team will be entirely up to her. And just like that he began going over the papers on his desk. She was dismissed. I did my best, she said quietly. You always say that. He did not bother to look up from his papers. Leave me now, I have important things to deal with. She left his study and got to her room. I am not going to cry. I am not going to cry. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care what he thinks. She repeated the lies to herself again and again as she slowly cried herself to sleep. XXXXXXXXXXX. She had just returned home from the Chunin exams in the grass village. She would be 14 in a few months. She was standing in his study and waiting for her father to come. He entered and quietly sat down. He stared at her with cold disappointment. So you and your team failed to get past the second phase of the exams for a third time. What is even worse, you attacked one of your teammates and your sensei is seriously considering removing you from the squad. She looked at him in shock. Weichel sensei wouldn't do that. Actually he would. He is tired of dealing with your insubordination and attacking your teammate as the final straw. It's his fault we failed. We had an ambush set up and he gave our position away. So, her father said without any sympathy at all. Weaker teammates are a fact of life. They rely on an Uchiha's strength to pull them through. Had you been stronger, his mistake would not have mattered. Her father shook his head. I will see to it that you are placed on a new team. He looked at her with resignation. As if she was a piece of equipment that needed to be replaced. I have decided that I will no longer train with you. What? She gaped at him open-mouthed. Dad, are you giving up on me? Gabella, my time is too valuable to simply waste. Helping me is a waste. She couldn't keep the hurt out of her voice. Trying to help you achieve what will never be is a waste. He said simply. You will be 14 soon. It is time to accept that you will likely never achieve the Sharingan. People have been older and gotten it. Gutano was 17 when he gained his. That is true, her father admitted. However, while it remains possible you will still achieve Sharingan, it becomes more and more unlikely with every passing day. In any case, I have given you extra training for a year now and it has achieved nothing. But father, I always try my best. On my missions and in training with you and with sensei I give my best. You give your best and what do you have to show for it? He asked indifferently. She clenched her fists in bitter frustration. I work and train until I drop. Doesn't it make a difference how hard I work? No, results are all that matter. You may go now. You will not be meeting with your old team again. I will inform you when you have been placed on a new squad. She left the study feeling bitter and angry that both her sensei and her father had given up on her. Damn it. She was the first to admit she wasn't a genius like her cousin Itachi. But she tried. She worked her ass off. And now her father had told her it didn't matter. Why should I even bother then if it doesn't matter? I'm a failure no matter what. She muttered to herself. XXXXXXXXXXX. Gabella. She opened her eyes. She had been trying to sleep. She was relieved to see the sun a little further down in the sky. She was surprised to see Haku standing before her holding a small carton. "Kid, what are you doing here?" She was still not sure what she thought of Haku. She didn't dislike him, he was much too nice for that. But he was too much Kushina's lapdog for her to think very much of him. He was always going on with that nonsense and always eager to make her happy. Haku held out the carton in his hand. "I brought you some ice cream. It's a pint of chocolate. That is your favorite, isn't it?" From her seat she gawked at him. "What are you trying to get me kicked off?" "No," he said in shock. "I knew you would be miserable and I wanted to try and make you feel better." She looked at him and looked at the ice cream in his hands. Her throat was parched. "You were here when she started this." She said. "No food, no water, and no leaving the circle." "I recognize the seal she used," Haku explained. "It is only tripped if a living being crosses over it. I can toss you the ice cream, you can eat it, and then toss me the empty carton. And I will dispose of it." She stared at him and laughed. "Kid, I never knew you had such a devious mind. I like it." Haku shrugged. "Strategy is strategy whether the mission goal is assassination or delivering ice cream." She eyed him carefully. "I'm not taking the ice cream but thanks. I'll do sensei's punishment, besides I think she would know somehow." XXXXXXXXXXX. Kushina watched the scene in a tree about 70 yards away. She was surprised that Haku had shown up and even more surprised to see what he had brought with him. She was glad that Gabella had refused his offer. If she'd accepted, Kushina would have failed her on the spot. XXXXXXXXXX. "Kid, why are you even here?" Despite her dry lips she smiled. "I mean, normally you love following the rules and making Kushina-sama happy. Where does this sudden outlaw streak come from?" He gave her a very serious look. "You are my teammate and I care about you. I know what it's like to be miserable and hungry and thirsty and I wanted to help." The words were very kind and very unexpected. "Thank you," she continued slowly. "But you shouldn't worry about me, I'm a screw-up and a failure. I always let everyone down. I'm not someone you should worry about." Haku eyed her sadly. "I think everyone deserves to have someone care about them. I know what it's like to be all alone and have no one at all. To live knowing that no one would care or even notice if you died. To be all alone and unwanted is a horrible thing." He spoke so sadly that she couldn't help but feel for him. "Geez Haku, what kind of life have you had?" He shook his head. "That does not matter. Gabella, you say that I shouldn't worry about you because you think you are a failure. Do you see yourself as a person or as a tool?" "What? Do you see yourself as a tool or as a person?" he asked seriously. "As a person, obviously." She shook her head. "Why would I think of myself as a tool?" Haku shrugged. "Until I met Naruto, that is how I saw myself. My father taught me that all ninja are but tools to be used by others." "Your father taught you that?" Geez Haku, he must have been a real monster. The boy's features immediately darkened. "Do not speak of Zabuza-sama that way. He rescued me from loneliness, he gave me a purpose and a reason to live. He was my precious person and I loved him." She held out her hands defensively. "Wait, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to judge. Given what a wreck my life is, I'm in no position to judge." Haku nodded and relaxed again. "It is all right. Wait a second. Your father's name was Zabuza. The Zabuza who was a missing nin from the Mist Village." Haku nodded. "That is right. My name is Momochi Haku, my adoptive father was Momochi Zabuza. I lived and fought at his side while he was a missing nin until he died in battle against Naruto and his squad." She stared at the polite little boy. The thought he had been living with a Bing Book missing nin completely blew her mind. She had just sort of taken it for granted that he had been raised in Konoha like other leaf nins. "Haku, what kind of life have you had?" "My life is a sad tale and I do not think you would enjoy hearing about it." "Actually, I really think that I would, if you don't mind telling me." Haku did not really care for reliving his painful memories. He had told his life story only twice. Once to Naruto and once to Kushina. But if Gabella wanted to hear it and if it would help her in some way, then he did not mind telling it again. "Very well. I was born in a snowy little village in the land of water. I was happy." She listened to the story riveted. He was such a polite and likable kid and seemed so well adjusted, who would have ever thought he'd have been through so much? His father had killed his mother and then tried to Kill him. He'd been forced to survive on the streets until taken in by a man who only wanted to use him. Forced to live a life on the run as the partner of a feared missing nin. And why? Because he was special, because he possessed a Kekkei Genkai. Had he been born a perfectly normal boy, he would still be living in that peaceful village with his parents. So I came here and was taken in by Naruto and Kushina-sama. They have become my precious people and I would die to protect either of them. I have also begun to make friends. I consider Kiba, Hinata, and Kakashi to be friends of mine. He paused a bit. I would like to consider you to be my friend as well. She smiled. I would like that. Then she chuckled a bit. That is if you want a screw-up like me as a friend. Gabella, why do you keep referring to yourself that way? Because it's true, I'm a failure. She hesitated for a bit. She hadn't really known him that long and this wasn't something she relished talking about. But he had trusted her, and maybe it would help to talk to someone who might understand. Let me tell you about myself. XXXXXXXXXX. Kushina's ears pricked up. This might prove promising. XXXXXXXXXX. I can understand when you say you've suffered because of what's in your blood. I have too, though not to the same extent or for the same reasons. As you may have noticed, unlike the village hidden in mist, here people love Kekkei Genkai. In fact, once you're ready to have a family, you can probably petition the Hokage to establish a new clan in this village. He looked at her in shock. Me establish a clan? Gabella simply nodded. Of course. Haku Kekkei Genkai are worshipped here in Konoha. If you don't believe me, ask Hinata. She is heir to the Hyuga clan. They are respected and feared for the power of theirs. She sighed. As are the Uchiha. But if your special abilities are respected, then what is the difficulty? The difficulty, Haku, is that in my clan it is not enough to be an average or even a good ninja. To be acknowledged among the Uchiha, you must be a great ninja. She chuckled dryly. And pretty much by definition that means you must have a Sharingan. There are plenty of members of my clan who cannot activate theirs and live as ordinary citizens within the Uchiha compound. We have bakers, cobblers, carpenters, and such, and they are accepted as family. But they are not permitted to wear the family crest outside the compound. She picked up her jacket and showed him the fan symbol on the back. Only ninjas are permitted to wear this out in public. My clan's pride is in the belief that those who wear this symbol are the warrior elite of the Leaf Village. Every Uchiha ninja is expected to be a team leader and a great hero. Every Uchiha ninja must be great. To be great is expected. To be good is disappointing. To be average is frowned upon. To be bad is not permitted. She let out a long breath. I am average, Haku. Once I thought I was good, but I was never great. When I was younger, I would try very hard to be the great ninja my father and my clan wanted me to be. I would do my best, and it wouldn't be good enough. I pushed too hard because I was desperate to be great. That caused problems with my first team. I was always demanding everyone work as hard as I did. I was always pushing to try and get our team to do more. I thought I was being a leader the way an Uchiha was supposed to be. But it turns out I was just being a bad teammate. I never listened to the others and couldn't handle any criticism. So I was a screw-up and a failure because I tried too hard. But I held on to the hope that once I had my Sharingan everything would change. Every family member with it said the same thing. Once they had their Sharingan they found greatness. Well, except for one of my cousins, they all said that. So I lived in the hope that I would get my Sharingan and finally become the great ninja I wanted to be. But I'm 15 now and I've begun to lose hope that it will ever happen. She buried her face in her hands. I worked so hard, but no matter how hard I tried I could never make things work. My original team and sensei turned their backs on me and so did my father. No matter how hard I tried, no matter that I did my best, it was never enough. No matter how hard I struggled I could never make things work. People turned their backs on me and so at some point, I'm not sure when, I stopped trying so hard. I kind of came to the conclusion that if I was doomed to fail no matter what, there was no reason to work so hard at it. And that's why I left my post, Haku. That's why we failed the mission. That's why an innocent animal had to suffer. That's why I'm sitting in this circle right now dying of thirst. I figured I would end up screwing up in some way, so I might as well have some fun. She stopped and looked away. You must think I'm pretty pathetic, huh? But do you understand now why I'm such a screw-up? Whether I try hard or don't try at all, I always screw things up. She stopped talking and was surprised to find she felt better about things now. When I was defeated by Naruto, I was ashamed at my weakness. Haku spoke quietly. When he invited me to join him here, I told him I was a weak tool and that he would not get any use from me. He told me he did not want a tool but rather a friend. It seems to me you have the same problem I did. The only difference is that my goal was to be an effective tool. You wished to be a great ninja and despise yourself that you cannot attain this goal. Knowing Naruto and Kushina-sama and the others has taught me a great many things. One of the most important is that you do not have to be the strongest to still be valuable and important to others. I am no match for Naruto or Kushina-sama or Kakashi. But that knowledge does not bother me. I am the best ninja I can be and that is enough. Gabella sighed. What if it's not enough? I cannot speak for your clan, but I know that for Kushina-sama that would be enough. Gabella sighed again and looked at the sky. She suddenly laughed. The sun was gone from a darkening sky. She checked her watch. Haku, you kept me talking for 3 hours. Oh, I apologize, I did not mean to take up so much of your time. She shook her head laughing. You silly boy. Thank you. You made the time fly by and I appreciate it. I just wish you could stay here until the end of my punishment. If you wish me to stay then I will stay. She shook her head. No, you've done plenty already. Would my staying help you? Haku asked. Well, yeah, it would. He nodded and got up. Very well then. I will leave to get permission from Kushina-sama and acquire my sleeping bag. Would it be against the rules for me to bring you some blankets? Probably, but I have my jacket and it doesn't really get cold at night during the summer. Haku, why are you going so far out of your way for me? He smiled at her. Kushina-sama spoke part of a quote to you earlier. In a ninja's world, those who violate the rules and fail to follow orders are lower than garbage. However, there is another part. Those who do not care for and support their fellows are lower than that. We are comrades and friends now. I will do whatever I can to support you. I will be back soon, I promise. With that he left. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kushina had to race home in order to beat Haku back. She'd heard everything the two of them had said and now had a much better understanding of Gabella. Technically Haku should not have been there. Part of the test involved dealing with the hardship alone. But Kushina suspected that Gabella already had plenty of experience with that. So she decided it would be a greater help to let the girl bond a bit with her teammate. Kushina-sama. Yes, Haku. He bowed to her and got a really serious look on his face. I have been talking to Gabella for the last few hours. I would like permission to go and stay with her until her punishment is complete. I see. Kushina shrugged. So long as you do not give her food or drink and do not cross the circle, then I have no objection. XXXXXXXXXXX. Gabella was actually surprised and pleased when Haku returned. She was used to people breaking their promises to her. Along with his sleeping bag he also brought along a small shogi set. She had never learned how to play and so he taught her. As he crushed her in a couple games, he didn't seem to have the concept of letting someone win. They talked some more. For someone a couple years younger than she was, Haku had a lot of life experience. As it got near midnight they both decided to get some sleep. She put her jacket back on and lay down in the dirt. Her lips were cracked, her throat parched and she was very hungry. She looked over to where Haku was already in his sleeping bag with his eyes closed. But at least I'm not alone. XXXXXXXXXXX. She dreamed. It was her 6th birthday party. And she was so very happy. There were all sorts of family members and other children in the house. There were presents, and cake and ice cream. There were games and laughter. Her favorite cousin Sasuke was there, he was always smiling and happy. Her older cousin Itachi was there too. He had graduated the academy and was a real live ninja. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Makoto were both there. She was having a wonderful time. Her cousin Itachi gave her one of his 2 rare smiles. Happy birthday, Gabella. Thank you, Itachi. She said happily. Are you really ninja like daddy? Yes, I am what they call a genius and needed less time than most. You don't seem happy. She pointed out. He reached down and rubbed her head. Happiness has nothing to do with being a ninja. Itachi walked off and she felt a little sad. Is something wrong, honey? Her daddy came over. She held her arms out to him. Daddy picked me up. He smiled and did so. She had never known her mommy. Mommy had been a ninja and had died before she'd turned 1. Daddy was everything to her. Daddy was warm and caring and kind. He always made time for her and he always said she was more important to him than anything. Are you having a good birthday, honey? She nodded eagerly. Yes, Daddy. Daddy, will I be a ninja someday like Itachi or like you? Her father smiled happily. Of course, honey. You are an Uchiha and my daughter, you'll get your Sharingan and be a great ninja one day. She had a terrible thought. Daddy, what would happen if I never got my Sharingan? He laughed and gave her a kiss. Oh honey, you will definitely get your Sharingan. And even if you didn't, I know you would still be a great ninja. The most important thing, honey, is that you always do your best. So long as you do that, I will always be proud of you. She put her little arms around his neck and hugged him. I want you to be proud of me, Daddy. I'll always do my best. Her father held her as he laughed. She was loved and happy. So long as Daddy loved her, she would always be happy. XXXXXXXXXXX. She opened her eyes. The sky was getting light. She checked her watch. It was 6:08 a.m., about 5.5 hours to go. She just lay there for a bit and looked up. Haku was still asleep and there was no reason to wake him. XXXXXXXXXXX. The day was hot and it wasn't long before she was sweating again. Her tongue was sandpaper. She just sat there, played shogi and talked to Haku while she tried not to think about how thirsty she was. Haku truly was a very kind boy. She thought of the other teammates she'd had. She'd thought they'd shared a bond, but none of them had tried to stay in touch with her and were all probably glad when she'd gone. None of them ever cared. Her senseis didn't care, her father, her entire family didn't care. No one ever cared about a screw-up like her. Haku, do you want me to be your teammate? He looked up from the shogi board. Of course I do, he answered in surprise. Why? She asked desperately. Why wouldn't you rather have someone else? Someone better. Because we are friends now and I would never abandon a friend. As he watched, she shuddered a bit and he saw some tears leak out of her eyes. Did I say something wrong? She shook her head. No Haku, you said something very right. She chuckled. It's funny, I don't have a drop of spit in my mouth but I managed to make tears. Funny, huh? Haku shook his head. No Gabriella, I don't think tears are ever funny. She smiled at his concern and quickly wiped away the tears. It's okay. Haku, it really is. She glanced at her watch. Just about 2 hours left to go. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kushina arrived holding a bento and a thermos. She quickly crossed into the circle to Gabriella's side. Gabriella checked her watch. It's only 11:38, I still have 6 minutes to wait. Kushina gave her the thermos. It's enough, Gabriella, you've proven yourself to me. Gabriella didn't want to argue. She swiftly unscrewed the thermos and brought it to her lips. It wasn't water but sweet tea and ice cold. She greedily drank it down. It actually hurt her throat a little but she didn't care. She emptied the thermos and looked at Kushina appreciatively. Thank you. It's quite all right. I have a couple canteens with water and this is yours as well. She handed over the bento. Gabriella thought it smelled wonderful but she decided she could wait just a bit now that her thirst wasn't consuming her anymore. Kushina-sensei, can I ask you something? Kushina nodded. If I never get my Sharingan, if I am never a great ninja, but I always give you my very best, would that be enough? She pleaded. Gabriella, Kushina put her hands on the girl's shoulders. Of course it would. All that I have ever asked from you is that you give me your full effort. You can be a fine ninja without a Kekkei Genkei. My husband was considered the greatest ninja this village ever produced and he never felt the lack. Be the best ninja you can be and I promise I will be very happy that. Gabriella nodded. Kushina-sensei, I know I've screwed up terribly. And I know I don't deserve it. But I beg you to give me just one last chance. She took a kunai out and cut her left palm open. I swear on my own blood that if you give me one more chance then I really will give you my best at all times. I won't make any more of those stupid mistakes and I will try to be a really good ninja and a really good teammate. Kushina took her hand and performed a medical jutsu to heal her cut. She gave Gabriella a gentle smile. My dear, you don't need to ask. You've earned another chance. I'll make you a promise. I'll do everything in my power to help you be the best ninja you can, and I will never hold it against you that you lack the Sharingan. Gabriella nodded gratefully, and believed Kushina would keep her promise. XXXXXXXXXX. So what's the verdict? Tsunade asked. She is staying my student. Kushina said firmly. Tsunade knew it was a mistake but wouldn't argue. You'll be sorry. Kushina shook her head. No, I really don't think I will. Chapter 29. The month-long interlude until the finals passed quickly. All the various participants were busy and found themselves with much to do. In the week leading up to the finals, Konoha's hotels and inns filled to near overflowing, and everywhere there were strange faces and odd accents. In lands far from Konoha, preparations also went ahead. XXXXXXXXXXX. Ku, I thank you for your hospitality, Kazekage-sama. He sipped the rice wine. You are most welcome, Otokage-sama. The Kazekage sipped of the wine as well. It is good for allies to sit and share a meal before the start of a great war. Yes, it is. I am most pleased to know that your doubts about our venture have been dispelled. The Kazekage nodded. Yes, I will admit I was prey to some doubts. After all, the idea of having to be seated next to one of Sanin as my forces invade her village was worrying. However, what has now occurred I view as a blessing. With Gaara's full actions I shall be at the head of my army as it attacks the Leaf Village. Orochimaru smiled. A bit of a wild one, is he not? Your son. The Kazekage frowned. He has my blood, but he is not my son. He is but a beast. In that, if in nothing else, Tsunade was correct. Oh dear. Such loathing and hatred I hear in your voice. It makes me wonder why you did not have the lad killed long ago. The Kazekage frowned but said nothing. In any case, I am truly pleased you did not try to back out of our arrangement. Orochimaru laughed lightly. Otherwise I might have had to kill you and take your place. The Kazekage sent him an annoyed look. I do not find that amusing. My apologies, my humor is often misunderstood. The Kazekage shook his head. In any case, let us have a toast. He lifted his cup. To the humbling of the Leaf Nins and their insufferable pride. Orochimaru lifted his own cup. To the utter destruction of Konoha. The two cages clinked their cups and drank, sealing their bargain. XXXXXXXXXXX. You and your squad will be going on an extended mission to T Country. It is expected to last at least a week. Uruka stated. I see. Kurenai accepted the mission file from Uruka and glanced at it. Doesn't look too difficult. Uruka frowned. No, it's a rather pedestrian recovery mission for a local lord. But for some odd reason your team was specifically requested. That is a bit odd. Especially considering I've never heard of this lord before. Still, a mission is a mission. Kurenai said. But Kurenai-sensei. Sakura spoke up. We'll miss the finals of the Chunin exams. I had 2 tickets and I was hoping to go with Sasuke-kun. Sasuke sighed. Sakura, we can't refuse a mission just because the timing's inconvenient. But, Sasuke is correct, Shino added in his staccato voice. This mission has priority over personal indulgences. Seeing she was defeated, Sakura just nodded and hung her head. Kurenai was pleased that things had been settled without her needing to intervene. XXXXXXXXXX. His mom, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were all staring at him as he sat in the Hokage's office. They all said that this was just a small examination, but he had the distinct feeling that a talk with Ibiki would feel similar. So how many times have you been able to summon the red chakra? Jiraiya asked. Well, I get extra chakra whenever I get angry. But the red chakra has only actually appeared twice. The first time was when I was attacked by those Jonins back in the academy, and the other time was in Wave Country where Kakashi saw. Are you able to summon it any time you like? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto shook his head. No, it only comes when I'm really angry. And as soon as I stop feeling angry it goes. Any after effects when it leaves you? Naruto shrugged. I just feel weak. I've noticed that the more of it I use the weaker I feel when it goes. I see. Jiraiya said seriously. He was the only one asking questions. The others were just listening to everything that was being said. Kakashi mentioned arms that came out of the red chakra to attack and kill your enemies. How did those work exactly? I don't know. Naruto answered truthfully. When I have the red chakra it feels like a part of me, like another skin. I just think of what I want and it does it. Kakashi said you made 6 at once. Do you think you could have made more? I could have made 10. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. 10. Not 8, not 12, 10. Naruto nodded. You seem very certain of that number. Well, I know that's my limit for making arms. Did you make that many the first time? No, the first time I had no idea I could do it. I just made one sort of on instinct. So you've never made more than 6 then? Jiraiya questioned. Nope. Then how do you know you can make 10 but not 11? Naruto thought about it. I don't know, I just do. Jiraiya shared a look with the others. Jiraiya slowly nodded to himself. Kakashi felt a strong evil taint from that chakra. It was easy to tell it was demonic. When you gain the red chakra, do you sense that? Naruto shook his head. Evil. No, I feel powerful and all my senses are heightened and I can move like lightning. But after a while I start to feel. What? My body starts to ache. It's like if I keep the red chakra too long I start to get used up. Do you feel pain? Tsunade asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I don't feel pain. It's more like I can just tell my body is starting to reach its limits. All right, Naruto. I want you to relax for a bit while I examine you. With that, Jiraiya cast a jutsu and placed his hand over Naruto's seal. After about 10 minutes he finally ended the jutsu and withdrew his hand. Well? Kushina asked nervously. The seal is still firmly in place but it has weakened a bit, making it easier for Naruto to access the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya stated. Is there any chance of the seal failing? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head. No, though in a few years it may need to be recast. He paused to consider. I could add a layer to what's there now. That would completely prevent any of the demonic chakra from leaking through. I think that would be a good idea. Kushina said. No. Naruto said flatly and began to rebutton his shirt. The 4 other people in the room looked at him in surprise. Naruto, I don't think you truly understand how dangerous this red chakra is to you. Tsunade said to him. Godmother, I understand that it's dangerous to me. But do you understand that without it I'd be dead now? That had them looking at one another. The first time I would have definitely died without it. The second time I would have been defeated and probably died then as well. If I were to run up against someone like Gaara or a really powerful Jonin, my only hope might be the red chakra. I can't risk losing such a powerful asset. Jiraiya frowned. He has a point. He looked at Tsunade. That red chakra of his really is one hell of an ace in the hole. Tsunade frowned. It is, but the dangers it represents. If there were any danger of me losing control to the Kyuubi, then I would be the first to ask that it be resealed. But when I use the red chakra, it's me that's in control, and angry me but me. Tsunade considered it. The world was not a safe place for any shinobi, but especially not for Naruto. When he said he might need that extra power, he might well be right. She let out a sigh. Very well. For the time being we will leave it as is. But from now on Jiraiya will be examining your seal each year, and should there be any danger at all of the seal failing, then he will reseal it. Naruto nodded. XXXXXXXXXXX. Neji at on a bench in the Hyuga courtyard looking out at the sunset. His crutches were leaning against the bench beside him. The Hokage had assured him that in time he would be able to walk with only a slight limp and would be able to have a normal life. He chuckled to himself. Yes, I could be a fine carpenter or mechanic. He shook his head at the irony of it all. He had always known how cruel fate could be. He had been born into the cadet branch of the Hyuga, his father murdered to save his uncle, and he'd had the curse seal placed on him. Yet in spite of that, deep in his heart he had longed to prove to one and all that even if he was in the cadet branch he was the most powerful of the Hyuga. He had dreamed of defying his fate. And fate had punished him in the cruelest way possible. I was given just enough time to glimpse what a great shinobi I might have been. And then it was taken from me in an instant. It seems my birth was no mistake. I was never meant to be great. In the sky he saw a couple birds flying free. He quickly looked away. XXXXXXXXXXX. Hey you. A loud voice called out. Shikamaru lifted his head to see a somewhat familiar blonde girl climbing the hill towards him. Who, me? She stopped and glared. Do you see anyone else on this hill? He looked her over lazily. She's kind of hot, but I bet she's really troublesome. She was blonde after all, and the blondes he knew, Ino, Naruto, Tsunade, were all loud, energetic, and troublesome. Still, you're the Sand Kunoichi, Temari, right? It's Temari. She corrected. And you're my upcoming opponent Shikamaru. He nodded. It was true, though he hadn't given it much thought. What can I do for you? I had to leave before your match, so I don't know your abilities. He shrugged. I use shadow jutsus to take over control of my opponent's body. Anything else? She just stared at him and began to turn a bit red. What do you think, I'm an idiot? You expect me to believe that just because you say so? He sighed. This girl could give Ino lessons in being abrasive. Fine. He ran through some hand signs, shadow possession technique. His shadow stretched out and before she realized it she was caught. There, believe me now. I don't believe this, I can't move. She looked at the boy who had just taken her with no effort. True, she hadn't actually come here expecting a fight. But for a ninja, being taken by surprise was not an acceptable excuse. All right, you've convinced me, now let me go. Shikamaru smirked. He knew he'd regret it, but for some reason he wanted to play with her for just a little bit. Mimicking his movements, he stood up and then sat back down again, compelling her to lie down in the grass near him. Since you've come all this way, why don't you join me for a little while? Hey, what do you think you're doing? She panicked as she was helpless and he had her lying down on the grass. Listen, you pervert, I swear if you try anything I'll beat you to death with my fan. He chuckled. Relax, all I want is for you to watch clouds with me for a few minutes and then I'll let you go. Watch clouds, she said mockingly. What kind of brainless idiot would do that? He felt a small spark of anger. And what is wrong with watching clouds? They have a far better existence than we do. The jutsu allowed her to turn her face just a bit. She was able to see the upset look on his. You're serious? You actually spend your time watching clouds? That's right. Why aren't you training? Or working on jutsus? Or doing something else that would help you in our match? Too troublesome, he answered. Anyway, shouldn't you be glad I'm not doing any of that stuff? I'm just wondering what kind of shinobi would actually spend his time watching clouds. A lazy one. She laughed. He looked up and of course she did as well. What? I just thought you had a nice laugh. She gave him an evil grin. Listen, you idiot, if you think flirting with me will somehow get me to take it easy on you. During our match you can forget it. I'm not flirting with you and the truth is I really don't care whether or not I win our match. He set his head back down and so did she. You don't care about winning? Nope. Tell me something. How did such a lazy and unmotivated ninja manage to get to the finals? I have no idea, it's a mystery. She laughed again. Damn, she really does have a nice laugh. Not like that braying of Ino's. Anybody ever tell you that you should train a lot harder? Only my mother, my teachers, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Kushina, my sensei, my teammate Ino and a few others. Well, feel free to add my name to the list. He chuckled. All right, I've tortured you long enough. He ended his jutsu. You're free now. He'd expected her to stomp off, but she instead remained where she was. I said you were free. I heard you. She sighed. The truth is I'm on my own. My teammates and my sensei left after the preliminaries and no one has come back. I've done nothing but train for the last 3 weeks and I'm bored. She chuckled. I'm so bored, in fact I find looking at clouds to be entertaining. And I still have another week to go. She paused for a bit. Besides, you're not as annoying most guys. Gee, thanks. She laughed again. He lifted his head to look at her. She'll probably say no, but what the hell? Do you know how to play shogi? Yes, my sensei taught me. Want to have dinner with me and my family? Afterwards we can play. She looked at him in surprise. You're actually inviting me to have dinner with your family? Why not? Do you want to come? She considered it for a moment. He's kind of cute in a dorky sort of way. He doesn't compare to that Naruto though. Still, okay, but you have to realize 2 things. First, you have no chance at all with me and if you try anything I'll snap you in half, got it? He looked at her and lifted an eyebrow. Does that mean you're not going to scrub my back? She put her head back and roared. When she was finally able to talk again she continued. All right, and second, understand that I won't take it easy on you in our match just because I'm breaking bread with you and your family. He nodded. All right, since we're being so upfront with each other there are 2 things you should know. First off, I never take it easy on opponents in shogi. Fine, and what's the other thing? You'll be meeting my mother and she is the scariest woman in the world. She laughed as though that were joke. He shrugged, he'd warned her. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kushina was wrapping up a training session with her team. Since passing her test, Gabella had improved markedly. She had lost her sarcastic attitude, well, mostly, and truly worked hard. Kushina had not failed to notice that she no longer called Haku, kid, and the two of them seemed to have gotten closer. They had completed 2C ranks without difficulty. Good training session you two. The finals of the Chunin exams are in 2 days. I've decided to go ahead and give you the next 2 days off as a little reward for all your hard work. By the way, Gabella, do you have plans to attend the finals? No, sensei. She gave her mouth a little bit of a twist. I don't rate sitting with my clan in their section. Kushina smiled. Well, it just so happens the Hokage has invited me to sit with her in her private box. So I won't need my ticket. I was going to bring Haku with me so we could cheer on my son and his team. Why don't you and Haku go together? Gabella smiled and turned to the boy. Well, I'm game. What do you say, Haku? He smiled widely. I would like that very much. Well, that's settled then. She handed Gabella the tickets. You two have fun. XXXXXXXXXXX. You know you don't have to keep walking me back to my hotel each night. Shikamaru shrugged. A gentleman does not let a lady walk home alone. Ow. He rubbed the top of his head. What was that for? That was for thinking I need anyone to watch out for me. Temari informed. HMPH, well, good night. He turned immediately to leave. She sighed. I had a good time. She called after him. He stopped and looked back at her with a smile. So did I. Again tomorrow. It's the last night before the exams. She nodded. I'd like that. He casually waved to her and left. She stood there outside the hotel and watched him go. As strange as it seemed, she liked him. She liked his family too. His father was lazy but sweet and funny. His mother was indeed a bit scary, but she was loving and protective of her family. She liked all of them, and it had amazed her that they had welcomed her even knowing she would be fighting their son. The Naras were good people. They weren't the enemy, and yet they were. She shook her head and hurried inside. XXXXXXXXXXX. The following afternoon, the day before the finals, Baki finally returned. Where have you been? Temari asked, upset but also very relieved. I thought you wouldn't even be here for my match. He leaned in close to whisper to her. There will be no match, Temari. Since Gaara will not be in the arena, there is no reason for you to be either. We are leaving immediately. You'll meet with Gaara about 5 miles from here. She felt the blood drain out of her face. Then, she whispered just as quietly. The operation is still on. She'd hoped it would have been cancelled. Baki nodded once. It is. Adjustments have been made, but it goes forward as planned. Now let's go back to the hotel. She made a decision. Sensei, I will meet you at the hotel in 20 minutes. She leapt away before he could respond. XXXXXXXXXXX. Shikamaru. He opened his eyes to see Temari leaping towards him. Hey Temari. Have you come to watch some clouds with me? She knelt down beside him and shook her head. No, I've come to bring you some really good news. She gave him a smile, though it was not heartfelt. It looks like you're going to win your match tomorrow. What? You mean you're going to let me win? In a way. My government is pulling me out of the exams. What? He was so excited he actually sat up. They let you train here all this time just to have you boycott at the very last minute. That makes no sense. She shrugged. Well, whether it makes sense or not, my orders are to leave the village immediately. Wait a minute. Are you not even coming to dinner tonight? She shook her head. Then this is goodbye. He suddenly felt a weird empty feeling in his stomach. This is goodbye. I shouldn't even be here right now. But you and your family have been very kind, and I thought I owed you at least this. He looked at her face and suddenly realized he would miss her terribly. When did that happen? I've only known her a week. When will I see you again? She looked at him in surprise and stood back up. You won't. This is goodbye. She turned to leave. I thought you liked me. She stopped. She slowly turned back around. I do like you, Shikamaru. I wouldn't be here now if I didn't. She looked at him and knelt back down beside him. Shikamaru, we are ninjas from 2 different villages. You knew from the start that when the exams were over I'd be going home. Yeah, I guess, he sighed. I guess I didn't want to think about that. She looked at him sadly. Well, the future has a way of coming whether you want it to or not. She looked at him. Shikamaru, I want you to know something. Whatever happens tomorrow and after tomorrow, I truly liked being with you and your family. If you should ever wonder, please know that is the truth. She reached out and hugged him. Stay safe, you lazy baka ninja. He looked at her in surprise. You don't need to worry, I'll get through the finals just fine. She let go and smiled. Of course you will, but just in case. She leaned in too fast for him to do anything and she pressed her lips to his. His lips were very soft. When she pulled back and opened her eyes she saw the stunned look on his face. For luck, she whispered. Then she got to her feet and leapt away. She moved as fast as her legs would take her. She heard him call her name but she didn't stop or turn around. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto woke up an hour early. He was way too excited to go back to sleep. He showered, dressed, and got downstairs for breakfast with his mom and Haku. When he got done he was ready to leave and meet everyone. The two of them wished him luck as he hurried out the door. He hurried over to the Hyuga mansion where he met Hinata. Hand in hand they went to the bridge where they met Kiba and, amazingly, Kakashi right on time. Then together as a unit Team 7 headed for the arena. Naruto and Hinata were walking hand in hand as they usually did. As they approached the huge structure he could feel his heart pounding. He looked to his girlfriend and smiled excitedly. This is going to be an amazing day, Hinata-chan. This will be a day we will always remember. He had no idea. Chapter 30. Gaara was standing off a ways from everyone else, just like always. Baki approached him slowly and carefully. Gaara was staring off into the distance in the direction of the Leaf Village. At least he hadn't started talking to Mother yet. Gaara, Baki called to him. What? Gaara did not bother to turn around. You understand that you are the key to this battle. Everything depends on you. I know, now leave me alone. Gaara said brusquely. Baki nodded and withdrew. He returned to report to his master. Gaara seems relatively calm and under control. Baki reported. The cage frowned though it was hidden beneath his veil. He was not in his formal cage robes for one did not go to war in such. He wore a sand-colored vest and pants with many pouches for scrolls and weapons. Everything with Gaara is always relative, except danger of course. Very well, everything remains on schedule. Go ahead, take your position and be ready. Baki nodded and disappeared in a swirl of wind and sand. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kankuro was humming a happy tune as he did a little last-minute maintenance on his puppet. How can you be in a good mood? A sharp tone questioned. He calmly looked up from his work and saw Temari standing over him frowning and upset. Why wouldn't I be? We're about to start a war here. Kankuro chuckled. I do realize that sis, but it's not like this is the first time we've ever been in a fight. This is different, a lot of people are going to die today for us and them. And nothing says we won't be among the dead. Kankuro shrugged. That's true every day when you're a ninja. You become shinobi and you take your chances. I'm as ready as I can be and I'll be careful when we go in. And if that's not enough. He shrugged again. Then being gloomy now won't make a difference. Anyway, I thought you'd be eager to get going. No, she said flatly. I'm not eager for causing so much useless death and destruction. Kankuro eyed her carefully and took a quick look around to make sure no one was listening. Careful what you say. He spoke quietly. That sounded defeatist and you can get into trouble even with who you are. She frowned knowing Kankuro was right. Of course, she answered in a little more than a whisper. The truth is always dangerous. Before Kankuro could reply, Baki appeared near them. He frowned at Kankuro. Are you still working on your puppet? Kankuro sent him a reassuring smile. No need to worry, I'm just doing a little last-second maintenance. Get done with it quickly. We begin in 30 minutes. Where are our allies? Temari asked with a frown. Her father had agreed to this as a way to eliminate his main competition and revive the economy of their village. But he would never have done anything on his own without the incessant goading of Orochimaru. It was he that was the mastermind behind this attack and this war. So far as she was concerned, they were all being used to help that damn snake settle some scores. He is with his troops outside the walls. At the signal sound, ninjas will attack from within and from without on the east wall as we attack the gate on the south wall. So far all is going according to the new plan. That'll change, she said with depressing certainty. She had never been eager for this. When Baki had first announced the plan to attack Konoha, she had argued against it. But once the decision was made, she resigned herself to do her duty as well as she could. She looked towards the Leaf Village and thought about Shikamaru and his parents. She hoped they would survive. XXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade smiled as Kushina sat next to her in the private box. You know, if things had gone differently, the cage would be sitting there right now. Kushina smiled. Well, I'm sorry that I'm only a clan head. Are you kidding? Do you think I wanted to spend a couple hours with that stuffed shirt? She frowned a bit. Do you know he decided to pull his own daughter out of the finals just yesterday? It's a bad sign, and I'm afraid our relations with Sand may suffer. Are you regretting your decision with Gaara? But Tsunade shook her head. No, given what he did, there was never a chance he would be allowed to compete. I stand by my decision 100%. She smiled, wanting to change the subject. And how was my godson this morning? Kushina laughed. Bouncing off the walls. I think he got up about an hour early. He is absolutely eager to get to it. Well, of course he is. Tsunade said happily. Chunin is another step closer to Hokage. I'll tell you the truth, if anyone else but Naruto wins this tournament, I'll be amazed. Kushina looked at her. While I'm sure Naruto would appreciate the support, shouldn't you at least pretend to be a little more impartial? I managed to resist the urge to bet on him. That's as impartial as I can manage. XXXXXXXXXX. This is where we part ways. Kakashi told them as they approached the arena floor entrance. Do your best. I'll be cheering from the stands. Naruto gave him a smile, bursting with confidence. Hey, you know we will. Kakashi smiled at them. Oh, and do keep in mind that even though only one of you can be the last one standing, you only have to look impressive to those judging you to be promoted. Naruto looked at his teammates. Hinata-chan, Kiba, we're going to have to fight each other at some point. Let's think of it as a really awesome spar and do our best. And no matter how it ends, no hard feelings. Of course not, Naruto-kun. Hinata agreed. Kiba grinned. Just remember, you said that after I kick your butt. With confident smiles, the three of them entered the arena floor. XXXXXXXXXX. They had agreed to meet at the stadium. Haku was already seated when he spotted her. He was so surprised he actually had to stare for a bit to make sure it was really her. Gabella. She smiled at him. Who else? Wow, you look really beautiful. His simple compliment made her blush a bit and smile wider. Arigato, Haku. Do you like my kimono? She twirled a bit to show it off to him. It was made of finest silk. It was a dark navy blue with light-colored flower imprinted on the lower half. She had also put her hair up and put on some makeup. It is lovely, he said. I have never seen you out of your ninja gear before. She sat down next to him. She didn't fail to notice that she was receiving her share of interested looks from the men in the audience. Every kunoichi is still a woman, and every woman likes to dress up every once in a while. She looked out onto the field below where 7 genins were lined up with their proctor. I take it I haven't missed anything yet. No, they have yet to start. You haven't met Naruto or any of his teammates yet, have you? She shook her head. No, I haven't. I kind of get the feeling Kushina-sensei is a bit nervous about introducing me to him. Haku frowned a little. Well, Naruto has some hard feelings towards the Uchiha clan. Gabella sent him a mischievous little grin. Well, at least we have that much in common. She looked at him for a moment. Say, Haku, how old are you? 15. Why? Oh, I thought you were around 13 or so. She sighed. It's too bad that you're my age. Why? He asked, confused. With a wicked smile on her lips, she wrapped herself around his arm and leaned into him. She batted her long eyelashes and spoke in a low and husky. Well, I was sort of hoping I could be the older, more experienced woman who teaches you about love. What do you think, Having her so close, he suddenly felt his temperature rise and his heart begin to beat faster. He was looking into her brown eyes and feeling a mounting panic. She giggled and with one finger gently tapped the bridge of his nose. Just kidding, maybe. She sat back into her seat, but left an arm around his. He looked at her arm nervously. You don't mind, do you? She asked innocently. Teammates and friends should be close after all. Oh, no, I don't mind, Gabella. He paused a bit. I like being close to you, he said quietly. She smiled and was about to say something when the crowd began to stir. It looked like things were about to begin. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kabuto sat back in his seat and relaxed. His henge made him look like a heavy-set man in his late 30s. Just another civilian who had come to see the show. He smirked. Everyone in the crowd thought the battles taking place in front of them would be the day's entertainment. Little did they realize that these matches were nothing more than an opening act. He looked at his watch. In a little less than 20 minutes the real show would begin. XXXXXXXXXXX. Forgive me my lord, but do you truly think this is wise? Kimimaro asked. Orochimaru chuckled. Yes, I am very certain. This is a day I have been working towards for 15 long years. Since the cursed Third Lord forced me to flee, I intend to enjoy my moment of triumph to the utmost. But Lord, why can we not be there to guard you? Orochimaru smiled and activated his red eyes with 3 little black tomo in each. With this body I am invincible. I want to see the terror in their eyes as they realize they cannot even touch me. The Sound 5 will lead the attack, that is your role Kimimaro. The white-haired ninja sighed but bowed. He wanted to protect his master but could not disobey a direct order. Yes my lord. XXXXXXXXXXX. Hayate coughed. Well now, let's begin the first match. As in the preliminaries I may stop the match at any point I determine someone is hopelessly beaten. Once again do not count on my intervention. Should you feel yourself to be outmatched yield immediately. Ino sent her opponent a big smile. I've been looking forward to this for a whole month. I'm taking you out Hinata-chan. Byakugan, she dropped into her Juken stance. That's typical of you Ino, you talk a good game but you never manage to back it up. Shut up. I am so going to kick your ass Hinata-chan. Hinata sent her a hard look. You know Ino, I never did thank you for trying to steal Naruto-kun's first kiss. So you know what? I've decided to take something from you that you value greatly. Hayate sighed. The crowd was starting to boo. If it wouldn't be too much, cough. Trouble, do you think the two of you could fight now? Hinata needed no further encouragement, as she charged straight after the blonde. From the start Ino's only chance was to catch her opponent with a mind control jutsu. Unfortunately Hinata knew that and gave her absolutely no chance to cast one. She closed in and used her gentle fist to shut down Ino's chakra. Once that was done Hinata dropped down and took her feet out. Ino found herself face down with Hinata kneeling on her back. Ino saw the kunai in Hinata's hand and an evil glint in her pale eyes. All right Ino. This is for trying to steal Naruto-kun's first kiss and for the way you still flirt with him even though you know he's taken. Hinata, what are you going to do with your kunai? Hinata smiled, and for once in her gentle life, it was an evil smile. XXXXXXXXXXX. I think she's going to do it. Kiba cried out. She wouldn't. Not Hinata-chan. Naruto was stunned. Hey, Ino's been asking for something like this for years now. Shikamaru pointed out. He seemed to lack sympathy for his teammate. Naruto had seen many terrible things, but this was too horrible. I can't watch. He shut his eyes. The roar from the crowd told him. And if there was any doubt Kiba dispelled it. Wow, she actually did it. Kiba cried out. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the scene below. I can't believe Hinata-chan actually did that. Kiba laughed. We must be rubbing off on her. Naruto looked at him. Is that a good thing? Kiba shrugged. XXXXXXXXXX. Despite her quick defeat Ino was on her feet and shaking a fist absolutely furious with Hinata. You tramp. You slut. You stupid ugly girl. She screamed at a calm and smiling Hinata. Ino had just been humiliated and the fact the crowd was still laughing did nothing to soothe her hurt feelings. Hinata held out her right hand. In it she still held a long blonde ponytail. She let go and allowed the hair to scatter in the wind. This was for trying to steal his kiss and for not leaving him alone even though he was taken. Understand it Ino, I love Naruto-kun and he loves me. I am going to marry that boy one day and I won't let anyone try and take him away from me. She turned and walked away. That was fun. Hayate shook his head. Will, cough, cough. The next contestants Rock Lee and Namikaze Naruto come down. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kakashi smiled to hear the excited buzz rising as the two approached Hayate. He would never admit it to his team but he had bet heavily on each of them to win their opening matches and on Naruto to win the tournament. By the end of the day he fully expected to have made a small fortune. Kakashi, my eternal rival. An all too familiar and all too upbeat voice called out. He turned around to see him approach. Hello guy. Kakashi actually liked his weird friend and had tremendous respect for him both as a ninja and as a teacher. He just wished he would be a bit less enthusiastic about things. Yosh. Kakashi, are you ready to see my prize student defeat yours? Oh I'm sorry, did you say something? Guy frowned. Ha! Cool as ever I see. But the fact remains that my Lee has prepared like never before and he will defeat Naruto. Guy, you do realize that Naruto is favored not only in this match but to win the tournament. That only proves that people do not understand the power of youth. Kakashi smiled beneath the mask. You realize that Naruto is younger than Lee, don't you? Yash, do not mock me, Kakashi. Kakashi eyed him in green leotard and bowl cut. Wouldn't dream of it. So Kakashi, shall we make a wager on which of our students possesses the greater power of youth? All right, but not for money. I have plenty of that coming in. How about we agree that if Naruto wins we call a halt to our contests for 6 months? What? Guy screamed. You want to call a halt to our eternal rivalry? Just for 6 months. What's the problem? You're not suddenly falling prey to doubts about your students, youthful fires, or you? Guy frowned and calmed down. No, I have faith in Lee. Very well, Kakashi, I accept your terms, but when Lee triumphs I expect us to have all-out taijutsu spars every day we are both in the village for 6 months. Every day. Kakashi paled a bit. The way Guy sparred Kakashi would be nothing but a walking bruise. His rival smiled smugly. Now who is prey to doubts? Kakashi sighed. Not me. Deal. He held out his hand. Yash, it is a deal. Guy grabbed his hand and gave it 3 or 4 pumps. Their bargain was set. Kakashi looked back down to the arena floor. You had better not lose, Naruto. Otherwise I'll have to introduce you to an ancient fighting move called Thousand Years of Death. XXXXXXXXXXX. So that's Naruto, huh? Gabella asked. I guess it would have to be since he has the same outfit as Kushina-sensei. Haku nodded. That is indeed Naruto. So he's the one who defeated you and convinced you to come here. My cousin Sasuke hates him. She gave Haku a big smile. So I have 2 reasons to really like him. Haku smiled and looked excited. This should be very interesting. Lee is a great ninja, but Naruto is truly amazing. Watch closely and you will see a true genius. XXXXXXXXXXX. This is it. Kushina leaned forward in her seat. Tsunade leaned forward as well. I really should have put some money on this. Tsunade. Kushina chided. I'm kidding, mostly. XXXXXXXXXXX. Lee bowed to him. Naruto. Let us have an excellent match and do our very best. Naruto returned the bow. Right back at you, Lee. Before we begin, Naruto-san, there is something you should know. What's that, Lee? I have removed my weights. Huh. Hayate dropped his arm. Begin. Lee was standing there and seemed to disappear. The very next instant Naruto felt a fist smash into his jaw and send him flying. When he landed, Lee was standing before him in a ready pose. He flipped his hand in a, come on, gesture. Lee, was that a jutsu? Lee smiled and shook his head. No, Naruto-san, I simply removed the weights I always have on. Without them I am a good bit faster. Good bit faster. He's at least as fast as me when I have the red chakra. He quickly ran through some hand signs. Shadow clone technique. 50 clones appeared surrounding Lee. As one they charged in from every angle. What worried Naruto was the fact Lee looked happy. Once again Lee seemed to vanish. There was a long series of pops as the clones swiftly disappeared one on top of the other. The real Naruto was again slammed in the jaw and sent flying. Naruto quickly got back up on his feet. Well, that was a waste. He began making hand signs. Let's try an area attack this time. Wall of wind technique. The entire area in front of Naruto was suddenly filled with a gale force wind. Lee was caught and thrown back a ways. But when he landed he was unhurt and still smiling, eager for more. Naruto quickly went through the dozens of jutsus he knew. A genjutsu would definitely work on Lee. But unfortunately he didn't know any. He had a powerful area wind attack jutsu that Lee wouldn't be able to avoid. But if he used it Lee would die, so that was out. Damn it, I need something fast or I'm going to end up on the receiving end of a lotus. Naruto could see Lee starting to loosen the bandages on his arms. He knew Lee exceptionally well and knew all his strengths and weaknesses. He was familiar with one glaring weakness in particular. And as soon as he recognized that chink in Lee's armor he knew how he could win their match without resorting to lethal force. I'm very sorry, Lee, but with that insane speed of yours you're just too dangerous. I'm ending our match right now. He made a couple simple hand signs and worked a henge. With a puff of smoke he turned into a certain pink-haired girl wearing a 2-piece swimsuit. Sakura-chan. Lee was frozen in place. He worked some more hand signs and 50 clones appeared. All of them exact copies of Sakura in her two-piece. They closed in on him and began a mass cuddle while telling him how strong and manly he was. The poor bastard never had a chance. In short order Lee was passed out on the ground with a stream of blood coming from his nose and a huge smile on his face. Naruto headed back towards the balcony a little embarrassed but triumphant. XXXXXXXXXXX. What do you call that? Guy shouted in outrage. Kakashi grinned. I'd call it no challenges for 6 months. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kushina had her head buried in her hands. Tsunade was patting her shoulder comfortingly. It's all right, the important thing is he won his match. Tsunade said. Kushina lifted her head just enough to give her friend a very flat look. He's received training from me, Kakashi, you, and Jiraiya. He knows almost 100 jutsus and has unbelievable chakra capacity. He is a jonin in everything but title, and that's how he wins a match. Tsunade chuckled. Look at the bright side, think what a great story this will make for the grandchildren. XXXXXXXXXXX. Gabella turned to Haku with a grin. The entire crowd was roaring with laughter. Genius, huh? Haku shrugged. Genius can take all forms. She laughed and grabbed his hand. Come on, let's get some snacks before the next match. She didn't fail to notice the blush that covered his face as she led them towards the concessions. XXXXXXXXXXX. In one of the upper sections of the stadium seats, Jiraiya jumped to his feet and cried out. That kid's a freaking genius. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kabuto stepped away from his seat and went to the back wall. While everyone's eyes were focused on the arena floor, he began a complex series of hand signs. XXXXXXXXXXX. The sand ninjas were all a healthy distance from the sphere of sand. Kankuro wasn't smiling now, no one was. They were more frightened of what was about to appear than they were of all the ninjas in Konoha. Within the sphere a demented and lonely voice whispered. I'm a good boy, aren't I, mommy? All for you, mother, all for you. Yes, yes I will, my good mommy. Say it again, mommy. Tell me you love me. He let out a contented sigh. Say you love me again, mommy, and I'll give you all the blood you want. XXXXXXXXXXX. So what do you call that? Kiba asked with a grin. A win, Naruto said simply. Shikamaru smirked. Congratulations on creating your very first original jutsu. What are you going to name it? Naruto thought about it for a second and grinned. I think I'll call it the Ninja Harem. As he spoke he noticed something strange. Feathers. Hinata was the first one to understand. Genjutsu. She brought her hands together to dispel. Kai. The others on the balcony quickly followed her example. Kai. Naruto. Kai. Kiba. Kai. Shikamaru. Kai. Tenten. Naruto looked about confused. Why are they casting a genjutsu on us? Is this some kind of test? Byakugan, Hinata activated her bloodline. She looked about. Naruto-kun. It's not just us. This genjutsu is being cast over the entire audience. Naruto got to the railing and looked towards the nearest stands. He could see people who had been walking suddenly collapse on the stairs. Guys, I have a very bad feeling about this. XXXXXXXXXX. Guy stiffened. Kakashi. This is, yeah, genjutsu. Kakashi agreed. The two elite jonins quickly dispelled the effects. What do you think? Guy asked and looked about at the other leaf ninjas who were also dispelling the genjutsu. A sneak attack. It has to be. He pulled out a kunai but waited to release his Sharingan. XXXXXXXXXX. They were in a long line to get some rice balls when people in front of them began to slump to the ground. Gabella saw feathers and wondered what was happening. She was getting very sleepy. Kai. Haku dispelled and quickly touched Gabella, freeing her as well. Huh. Gabella suddenly snapped out of it. What's going on? Everyone around them was lying on the floor. I think we're about to be attacked. Haku had senbons in both hands. Someone cast a very powerful genjutsu to put everyone to sleep. I can't think of a reason to do that unless it were the opening to a sneak attack. I'm glad Kushina taught me to always have my gear on me. Gabella slapped her forehead. Of course. The one time I decide to dress up. XXXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya dispelled the genjutsu and had memories of sneak attacks during the Third Great Ninja War. Oh no, this can't be. XXXXXXXXXX. Orochimaru smiled. Well then, shall we begin? Kimimaro lifted a flare gun and sent a single flare high into the air. It lit high above Konoha and was clearly visible to friend and foe alike. XXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade saw the flare. The genjutsu's effects did not reach the Hokage's private box. What is that? And then without warning in the stadium and outside the village walls it began. Operation Destroy Konoha was underway. Thank you for watching. Please remember make sure to like and subscribe, and if you have fanfictions you would like to see on the channel leave them in the comments and have a great day.